Who is that man with the big cigar, whose greatest friend is the USSR? He's known around from near and far. That actor man with the big cigar, he puffs away every night and day with a twinkle in his eye. And all the while, behind that smile lurks many an untold lie. Down Whitehall Way, you'll see his car. He's here, he's there, he's everywhere, the friend of the USSR. We stand for vanquish, it's the slogan of his land. And he'll fight until it's finished, and there's no one left to stand. He'll keep the red flag flying, though hammered black and blue. For he's getting more than he bargained for, that fat friend of the Jew. So keep your chins up, one and all, and remember what I say. If Britons were to Britain true, they'd send that man away. Who is that man with the big cigar? He's here, he's there, he's everywhere, that man with the big cigar. Ships always sinking and blinking at sea. What makes the British start thinking of their cup of tea? It's now the season, the reason, explain what it means. German submarines. What makes the sailors go crazy wherever they cruise? What makes the market go down? What frightens the Jews? What takes the kick out the chicken, the pork from the beans? German submarines. Listen, listen. Can't you hear the sound they're never missing? Torpedoes, torpedoes, hitting at day and hitting at night. Who sinks the trawler, the tanker, the ship full of meat? Who sinks destroyers and cruisers, the pride of the fleet? It's now the season, the reason, explain what it means. German submarines.
Hello and welcome back everybody, and you have just been subjected to German propaganda, if you didn't notice that. What that was, I obviously distanced myself from the songs and the band and the political, very subtle political messaging that was in that. I think that goes without saying. What that was, is that it was Charlie and his orchestra, a German swing band, which after the National Socialists decided that swing is no longer allowed in Germany and the occupied territories. Because it is N-word music, let's call it that. They offered Charlie and his orchestra a position as propaganda swing, where they would transmit their songs over the same frequency as the BBC, beaming it out over the Atlantic with powerful radio stations so that the British shipping that would come in, hoping to tune in to BBC Radio, would instead receive this propaganda songs. Did not really work, hence why they sing in English as well. It did not really work. Churchill himself said that he actually liked them quite a bit, even though they made fun of him personally. But yeah, that's what that was. You learn something new every day. But maybe you already knew about this. Now, I have a confession to make. I kind of overslept a little bit. I originally wanted to start at 10 AM, but I overslept, and my bed was really comfy this morning. I think you can forgive that on a Sunday. So I started a bit late, and that has the unfortunate addition to that is that I haven't eaten yet, and I haven't drank yet. So I'm just gonna quickly eat my breakfast, and then, or almost lunch now, and then we can get started. How does that sound? Now you shouldn't hear me chew. I can mute myself if you can. Yes, we were at 70% compressed air when I started. So we are recharging slowly. And, man, I haven't played this save so long, I have no idea where I am. Alright, my airbase radiuses, I should probably get them back where they belong. Don't know what that is, we can probably get rid of that one. That's, what is it called, Halifax? Yarmouth. Oh! That's a lot of radar signal. I just switched over to the... Oh yeah, there's a convoy back there. I completely forgot about that. Yeah, I haven't touched the save in a while. I have played another save, because I wasn't lazy in the meantime. Yeah, there's a convoy. And I think we don't have any more torpedoes, that was the situation, wasn't it? We do! Well then why are we disengaging? I mean, we're pretty properly equipped to fight it. Okay, get that one out. You start loading the T1 in here. And then we're gonna get 2 T3 FITs on the starboard side. Oh, actually, no, you don't need to maintain and load. There's no point in that. Okay. Well. Hard to port. Looks like that convoy is heading, well, east. So we're gonna intercept them by going northeast. Yeah, I've been playing on my own save just to get how do you say it? Just to test out a few mods for our next playthrough, because this one is still too easy, so we're gonna increase the difficulty a bit further. And then hopefully when the Type 9 DLC drops, those mods will get updated rather quickly, even though that's a topic for another discussion. And then we can get started on a new run. Because the way it looks, it's the 24th of July. We're pretty much... This campaign is pretty much its end already. We just need to hold out for less than another year. And then make our way to Argentina. And... steady as she goes. Which is a beautiful order, I love that, just the way it sounds. In German it's recht so. In English, steady as she goes, that sounds awesome, doesn't it? Thank you, Richard. Put the other FAT into Tube 4, please. Moin, Charlie. But there are a few things that I did on my last save, on my private save, that I can implement here as well. So what I can do is I can take Uwe Hoffmann out of the shift and Erwin Langenbein out of the shift. And then we're gonna Uwe Hoffmann and Erwin Langenbein. Let's add them. Uwe Hoffmann. Where is he? There. He works for the commanding officer now. And Erwin Langenbein. Now. We're gonna create a new what's it called? A new shift. Where's Langenbein? There he is. Erwin Langenbein. Now that shift, Dauerwächter. Dauerwächter meaning permanent watcher or permanent watch. It sounds like they work 24/7, but it's actually quite the opposite. These are the ones that are not part of any sea watch. They just do their regular 9 to 5, like you would on land. These are electricians. The bosun would typically be also a Dauerwächter. But more importantly, the cook is also a Dauerwächter. Because he picks his own working hours, so he just needs to make sure that the galley's in order. He needs to make sure that the crew gets their breakfast, their lunch, and their dinner. And also that the watch going on deck at midnight, that they get a little bite to eat in their stomach, as well as fresh coffee. But he's not part of any shift. And so previously I would have had one chef per watch. So basically I had 2 chefs. And now I only have one, and he picks his own working hours. So that means that another person has been freed from a starboard watch, which is, let's see, which is Uwe Hoffmann, and he now helps the commanding officer on the map. So we now have a designated navigator's mate, we now have a designated chef. You'll see him, Mr. Langenbein, in the galley all the time. That's now his profession. Man, I really need to finish my breakfast so I can turn the camera on. Jesus. Breakfast dash lunch. Well, I mean, they can look through it, sure. In reality, they could just look through it, but I don't think they could help you with targeting solutions. Like if you put an engineer on a periscope and ask him what's the angle on bow of that vessel over there, he's gonna look at you and ask what the hell is the angle on bow. Thus, he's an engineer. Like you have these little. If you go on lookout, you'll. I mean, that's essentially what that is. In game, when you put someone on the UZO or on, well, they kind of changed that. Now they actually do like bridge watch like this, but originally they would just be standing on that UZO. Basically, if you put them on the UZO, it's basically bridge watch, and you have these little things that you know that you have to look out for, like convoy ships or airplanes, as good as a trained lookout. And I think that's what they want to simulate with it. Horrible weather we're having, though. Would be nicer to attack in something a little less rainy, with a little bit calmer sea. I just use it for scouting when my leaders are tired. They could theoretically do this, but they should be a lot worse with it. Just like when you set a leader character on the radio. Although that's another topic, with all the encryption and whatnot. Maybe a leader officer couldn't do that at all. I'm not sure. Because radioing back then was an art in and of itself. Like, everyone can go on the radio, and everyone can go on the TDC. That makes sense. That's basically just do what the commanding officer tells you. But radio is a different story. Yeah, they can't use the Uzo. That's crazy. I never looked at that, to be honest. Would be nice if they had a mechanic that they actually can use it, but they are not. Oh, actually, now that I think about it, no, because an officer in this game is used to increase performance. So if your officer is tired, just let him go to bed and the automatic bridge watch will take over. And then that would help. If you send an engineer officer up there, he's not gonna help them, he's gonna hinder them. So yeah, there's no point in that. Just let the automatic bridge watch do it. Because you'll still have a visual range. I don't know if I still have that, because I think I removed the bridge watch from the duty roster. Because I always have one up there. That was my idea. But radio, man, yeah, radio is a different thing. Like when they all need to be able to listen, to go to the radio room. Because when you need to encrypt radio messages, you need an officer's patent for it. Like you have these encryption codes, and only officers have them. And an engineer is still an officer, so that kind of makes sense. They can still encrypt messages, even though they're not that experienced on the hydrophone. They have permission to view these. They have the security clearance to view these officer encryption keys. But on the bridge, they wouldn't be much help. I think it makes sense the way it is. Hey, Gunther Meyer, what's up? Hang on, there's a jump scare coming. Don't be alarmed. Ah, there we are. Hello, everybody. Been a while since I showed my face on stream. We've got our lovely bridge coffee. We're all prepared. I mean, if I scout with the Uzo, I see further in-game and see smoke, but my crew does not. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I think, I tried to make a mod, but I can't do it, man. I tried to make one that just increases visibility range, as a whole. But I mean, you can still kind of see it like that, right? But I've noticed that even with an officer up there, I still, when I go to the UZO and do it personally, I still have a higher visual range than they have. Like these small columns, for example, they're clearly on the horizon, but they're not in my contact list, even though I've got one on there. Right, we're heading course 100, and they are somewhere in 280. 2290, okay. Jesus, what's going on there? 280 to 290, so they're somewhere in between there. Oh god, this is horrible. Hate the map tools in this game, man. They are not good. They are really not good. Now visual range is very limited today. So they must be somewhere beyond this range. Somewhere in between there. I can't see their hulls, so I'm gonna assume they are about 8 miles out. So something like that. And then there's the convoy. And we don't know their course yet. We don't know anything about them yet. We'll have to find all of that out. Also, I need to open the stream just so I can see your chat. That might be an idea. Come on. There we are. Okay. Probably position my coffee a little bit better so that I can actually get to it without any issue. Lovely. Okay, I was wondering where the beeping stopped. Let's see if we can get any closer. Okay, so the smoke columns kind of... Yeah, they're disappearing, so they're not going... We're not going parallel, they're going a little bit more northerly. What's going on? Hey, come on, stream, don't do this to me. Oh, okay. Weird. Okay, so they are going more northerly. We determined that. And we now spot them... Oh no, actually, they might be heading pretty much for us. We now spot them in 270. Okay, that's a good sign. Two 270 to 280. Yeah, okay. So that's a constant bearing. No, it's actually... No, what am I saying? That's not a constant bearing, quite the opposite. So that means they're kind of going... Relatively, they're going closer to us, but they're going past our stern, something like this. So we need to change our course. and head for them. I'm just gonna do a 45-degree turn to port. After the autosave, of course. And that's gonna be relative 315. Go to course 055. No, 55. There we go. Yes, they did. The Type 7s and the Type 9s, and I think the Type 21s had a freshwater purifier, a desalination unit. Not for fresh water for drinking, or for showering or anything. The thing is that the lead acid batteries that they had back then, they need what's it called? Distilled water. Especially during charging, they have a chemical reaction that requires a fresh water supply. And that meant that they need a lot of water on the boat, so they had to make it from the sea. Moin Niklas, welcome. Oh, it looks good on my end, but I see my stream that I have in my lab here. You see the chat. That's buffering quite a bit. If you could tell me whether or not the stream quality is alright, that would be great. I can switch to cable. Now we're currently attacking a convoy up to our port bow. Right over there. Actually, that might have been a bit optimistic. No, actually, where is it? There it is. 330. Yeah, let's do 20 degrees to starboard again. That was a bit over optimistic. No, actually, where is it?
Kurs setzen.
Yep, thanks. When did I mute that? Fucking hell. Thanks for that. You know that you're muted for 10 minutes now. Yeah, lovely, thanks. I don't know why. So, to answer your question, I have no idea which one I would pick. Definitely it has to be one of the single missions. Like these, what's it called? Like Passage Through the Strait of Gibraltar, where you do one mission and then that immediately fulfills the campaign goal. So nothing like these giant tonnage war things. Obviously they are the bulk of what you do in this game, but I wouldn't call them interesting. They're just, you know, standard operation. I would probably go with the attack on Aruba. I'm gonna say the attack on Aruba because it has you using the deck gun and firing on land, which is I think the only mission where you do that. And it's yeah, it's interesting. I like that. Also, I didn't know about this entire operation, and I had to look it up on Wikipedia and realize that actually, yeah, that's a real thing. So yeah, I'm gonna say attack on Aruba. It's the most interesting mission so far. Let's see what the new DLC will give us. Can you still not hear me? Surely you can. Hang on. Let me listen in on the stream. Bulk of what you do in this. Yes, you can. Okay, fine. Thanks. Much appreciated. Yeah, absolutely. When that happens, yell at me because I sometimes have a bit of an issue with my recording software. That it just mutes my mic. Well, not OBS, but the one that mixes my audio. I think they want me to buy the premium thing, and I'm not gonna do that probably. Okay, let's keep going. Okay, cool, nice. Hang on, give me just a second.
Ihr werdet es sicher alle.
Okay. Just let me know if you have buffering issues or anything, because that's it does look like that to me. And there I am. Okay. Let's get back into it. This is annoying me. I thought my issues were fixed, and it looks like they aren't. Yeah, let me know about any buffering or lags or anything. That would be nice. Kinda need your feedback here. Okay. Let's put that there. We have the calculator. Yes, we do. It's pointless. I can't read your chat, then I don't need to look at that. What about on Twitch? Yeah, it looks okay. Maybe it's just an issue on my end. Okay. Still need to get ahead of this convoy though. Aha. I hate that he does that. When I get out of the map view, he just immediately stops working on the bridge. And then his guys leave as well. Annoying. Okay, we've spotted the first ships. 283, 277. And they're both corvettes. Nice. I sure as hell can't see them. Not yet. Nah, we're gonna stay on the surface for a while longer. Let's keep going. No, you would assume that they already know we're here because they have us on their radar. And the second that we disappear off their radar, they will know that we've submerged. But I think the AI in this game is not smart enough for that yet. So in case if you're wondering why I'm still on the surface, even though the radar is beeping, or the radar detector is beeping like crazy, that's why. I usually wouldn't do this. Like in sea power, I definitely wouldn't do this. No. We'll stay on battle stations, thank you very much. You guys go on command, and that will increase, for some reason, that'll increase visual range again. What does it? Yes, it does. And you get on the radio, actually. Which one of you is the hydrophone operator, and which one of you is the radio man? You are the hydrophone operator, perfect. You're on the engines, lovely, and you can start working on those torpedoes. But I don't think my course estimation was correct. Yeah, probably not. Where do we spot them now? 330, that's way too much ahead. Another 30 degrees to starboard. Ah, and that's the watch change. Very nice. Still have no idea why they actually do watch change when you're on battle stations, but they do in this game. Yeah, at least now he's constantly maintaining those torpedoes, because his other duty is taken over by Lime Cooler. So in essence, he's the one who's on shift right now. He wants to go on the engines, and since he can't do that, he'll do his second priority. If he was off shift, he would constantly be trying to do bad damage control. But thankfully, he's the one who's officially on shift. Therefore, he does not. Why was that set to manual? Can't have that. I just noticed the green light lighting up here. Shining up here. Oh, there's one. Okay. I can see his superstructure, but not the hull. I would assume that he's like... Hmm. Probably 12 miles out, honestly. I spot him at 270, okay. Yeah, that kind of works. Let's keep an eye on him. And his angle on bow appears to be almost 90, so are they going north? I hate the map tools in this. You put a line like this, 270, 12, and then you draw a line like from here, and then you think, oh, actually no, that was wrong, and you do a right click to cancel the line, and it deletes the entire thing for you. Ah, stop doing that. They must be kind of going northeasterly, which would make sense. They're going into the Celtic Sea, or the Celtic Sea, and the Irish Sea, and going probably to Liverpool, maybe Belfast. One Corvette and 264. Can't see it yet, but my boys can. Yes, that looks good. Let's see how closely they are all together here. I would assume that that's one column, but that's probably wrong. Or is it? I don't know. Oh, actually, yes. Yes. Okay, so this one is already heading straight for me in 2, 3, 4. So that one's heading straight for me. So they're going a course of... Oh, that's relative, yeah. Okay. So 110 wasn't that far off. I'm just really bad at calculating angle on bow or estimating angle on bow. I've never gotten any better at that. Okay, so basically what that means is we can go on attack course and lie beneath the waves to wait for them. What did we estimate? It's 108. Can probably get rid of that one here. 108 minus 90 is 018. What am I saying? Yeah, 018. No, it's right. What? There we go. And then dead slow. And submerge. Go to periscope depth and get ready. Now we need our charts. The one for, well, probably gonna go for a lot of C3s and what are the other ones? The Liberties. So that's 36 meters. And the other one is 27 meters. 36 and 27. There we go. These ones right here for your convenience. And then the 19 one we can get rid of. Put me right there. And then we can have those on the left-hand side of the screen. Lovely. I've got the printouts right here. So I Won't need to tab out of the game for that. Got my calculator. Well, I can just use my cell phone, can't I? Where's my cell phone? There we go. Calculator. Now I've got my stopwatch. And when going through the boxes, I also found a Portland speed time distance calculator. Very, very handy thing to have. I'll show you how to use it once we get an opportunity for that. Now, Upscope. Now basically, now that we're on course, we should see them in 270. At least the ones that are heading straight for us. Yeah, just about. You just keep maintaining those torpedoes, man. You have no other job right now.
Herr Kapitän?
And also keep that bulkhead open. All the other ones are open. Lovely. Okay. Beautiful. Yeah, so hopefully they will be heading straight for our headline and sail right through that. We just have to get out of... Well, we just have to avoid any sort of escort. Like that one. That's a corvette. Especially this late in the war, they are really, really good at spotting us early.
Torpedorohr 1 gewartet.
Yep, thank you.
Schraubengeräusche, mittlerer Konvoi. Peilung 300 Grad.
Do you have any U-boats? Doesn't look like it yet. Okay, so that's a Liberty, that's a Flower class, that's a C3, that's a C3, I think. Any tankers? That's always a good yeah, that's a tanker. Right there. I definitely want that. C3, that looks good. That's coming pretty close to us. That's a Empire class, some of them. Good pickings here. Very good pickings. Okay, so first volley. Well, first of all, Mr. Eberhard Rossmann, please get on the TDC. I need you up here.
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung. Zu Befehl, Herr Kommandant.
There he is. Forwards. Lovely. Angle and bow will be on the green hand side. So I don't know why I'm not allowed to disable that. Yes, I'm not. Okay. Impact angle, okay, speed. It's gonna be something like 7 knots. We're gonna do a measurement of that. Parallax correction is forward mode. We've got salvo out of tube 1 and 4. Lovely. And that automatically means that the torpedo speed is gonna be 30. Because we only have TE3 torpedoes in there. The only T1 torpedo that we have is in tube 2. And we can use that for a quick shot from the hip if we need it. Because we can set that thing to 44 knots.
Torpedorohr 2 gewartet.
Thank you.
Verstanden. Betrachten Sie es als erledigt, Herr Kaloy.
One of the mods that I have installed and that we're going to use on the next run is a mod that increases or improves the behavior of the T5 Zaunkönig torpedo, and I'm really looking forward to that. I did one shot of that in testing, and that thing really performs a lot better than in vanilla. Like, it actually runs a designated runtime before even activating its head. And that worked really well. Really happy with that, and I'm looking forward to that. Even though that means we have to play through the entire campaign again up to 1944 when we get it for the first time. Was it 44 or 43? I keep forgetting. Right, Limekühler, please get on the dive planes. Especially in these slow speeds in this heavy sea. It's very hard to maintain proper depth. Jesus, Richard, you're quick.
Torpedorohr 3 gewartet.
Thank you. Just keep maintaining those torps.
Verstanden. Betrachten Sie es als erledigt, Herr Kaloy.
Yeah, they did exist. One of them even sank a German submarine in a sub-duel with a torpedo. But they don't exist in game yet, no. Very unfortunate. Would be cool if they were there. And that's an escort. Where is that destroyer that I saw earlier? The one that might get... There it is. Right, both engines stop.
Alle Maschinen stopp.
That one, that's the biggest threat right now. So that might just do a random ping, just to see if there's anything in front of it, and it would notice us. As well as it might spot our periscope, either by observer or by radar. Right, a Flower class corvette has a mast height of 19 meters. And I spot her on the zoom in. Ah, what is that? $28? I think so. So we take our calculator and we start to calculate. The mast height of 19 meters by times 1000 divided by 28 milliradian times 4, 2.7 kilometers divided by 1.852 equals 1.465 miles. And we spot him at 290. 290, 1.4 miles. I need the decimals. 1.4 miles. He's right there. And he's going a course of 108. So he's gonna pass our ahead line in 5 cables distance. Also, assuming that he's going 7 knots. So this is 6 minutes. This is 6 minutes. He's gonna be ahead of us in 12 minutes. So what we can do, what we will do, is we will do downscope. And we'll just wait for him to pass. And we're also gonna go dead slow astern to increase the distance towards him, because I don't want him to hear us. I'm gonna start my stopwatch. for 12 minutes. And start this one as well. Even though does this one have a minute counter? Yes, it does. Okay, good. I could fire the T5 at it, but nah, they're not really that reliable. So I'm not too happy about those. You, sir, scare me with your knowledge. Why? What do you mean? Well, this is basic stuff. Like if I was really knowledgeable, I would not be a civilian right now. They would have died. They would have tried their best to keep me. I still would have said no, but you know. Okay, never mind. Then that point is mute. Okay, yeah, we got to keep the scope down. Otherwise, they have crazy good radar at this point. They can detect the periscope easily. Oh man. Being in combat, horrible. The coffee gets cold because we don't have any time to drink it. Keep maintaining those torpedoes. Also, now that we're on battle stations, where is our chef? What does he do now? What was his name again? Erwin Langenbein. Where is Erwin? Where is he? Ah, he's decided that since he's not needed in the galley, he's gonna have a little break. Fair enough. So what's the time? 2 minutes. Okay, 10 more to go. And we can obviously, every now and then we can poke our scope up, just to have a little look-see. So we should be seeing him at about 3:01. Let's see if we're correct. Come on, go away. There we go. 3:01. No, where are you? That's not a good sign. There it is. 3:20. That is a very, very bad sign. Okay, actually. That would mean 3 minutes have passed. And 3 minutes have passed. Okay, never mind. I just took too long. And we expect him to be at 3:26 in half a minute. That's an important thing to do as well, to just check the things that you've calculated, to check if they hold true. Because if they don't, then you've miscalculated, and then actually, we went on complete guesswork that they're going 7 knots, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's wrong. Right, now he should be at 3:28. Let's see. Could also mean that the distance estimate is wrong. But I'm rather gonna assume... There he is. That's a difference of 3 degrees. That's fine. So their speed is slightly higher than 7. That's what I would take away from this. Actually, why don't we do a speed check with him? He's right there. Why not use that? Both engines stop.
Alle Maschinen, stop.
He is 62 meters long. So class, get your calculators out. Yeah, that's the problem with high seas here. And click. quick. Oh, that is not a long time. I've got 13 seconds. So we take our calculator. Wait, I have to do that on screen so that you guys can see it. 62 meters divided by our 13 seconds equals 4.7 meters per second times 1.904 equals 9.2 knots. That is rather quick. But not impossible. Let's do another one, just for redundancy. After that, we really have to keep the scope down. Click! Yeah, you can see the periscope sway in the waves, all the values. Everything that we measure with this is kind of bad. 10 seconds, so they would be even faster with that measurement. Let's try another one. Click. That one's a bit better. 13 seconds again. Okay, so yeah, 9.2 knots. Down scope. And he's just past our ahead line. Now I wish I had marked that point with a time, because then we could have just calculated the distance that he traveled. And then we could have gotten the speed that way. No, actually, I did. That was 12 minutes. No, it wasn't. Damn it. I calculated that that would have been 12 minutes ago, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it actually was 12 minutes ago. If it was 12 minutes ago, then 7 miles, 7 knots would have been correct, but it's not. So, you know. Yeah. Sorry, you have to kind of bear my brain farts every now and then. Ah, no, we don't have straight runner torpedoes anymore nowadays, man. We have every torpedo that we have nowadays is an active sonar homing. But they didn't spot us. They have already passed our headline, and that means that we are now in the convoy. Which is lovely. If they didn't spot us until now, they're not going to spot us from now on. Or so is the idea. Which means we can start going ahead again. Because the closest point of approach with our friend over there has already been reached. Even if we, you know, like, we go 1 knot, like, we're not gonna make much of a difference. But it is gonna help stabilize the boat for future speed checks. Speaking of speed checks, there's one. That's better. The longer the target, the more accurate the speed check becomes, especially in weather like this. A Liberty ship, there we go. It's 135 meters long. Stopwatch is out, class. And click. Oh, actually, no. Our helmsman is still trying to maintain course. Once he's found it, which is 018, once he's done that, we can do his check. Come on, helmsman. Is he trying to hold 019? That's fine. Okay, just hold that course. Stay the course. Click. Oh, hello. Let's use you. Because you are closer, so there's less of an error. Click. And you are the one with the mast. So you are an Empire Explorer, which is 123.9 meters long. 123.9 divided by... Yeah, that's going to be a good value. Click. Downscope. I have 34 seconds. The game agrees. So, divided by 34 gives us 3.6 times 1.904 to turn it into knots. 7. Okay. Okay, so it is 7. Then, in that case, the range estimate on the Corvette was wrong. Or the Corvette is going a different speed, like she's accelerating a little bit, decelerating a little bit, just, you know, doing little searches by herself, not maintaining the same speed that the convoy is. Also a possibility. There are many, many, many variables for error. Okay, so we're gonna assume that they're going 7 knots. Therefore, 7 knots, torpedo speed. Well, you can get back on maintaining tube. They're both maintained. Okay, never mind then. Get on battle damage control, because that gives us a damage boost when you do that. And we like damage boosts. Very lovely. Flood tube 1 and 4. Torpedo speed is set to 7. Angle on bow is going to be something like 90. And now we need to do ranging. And we need to find our target first. I don't want to go right for that Liberty over there, because we're still not really in the convoy. I'd much rather go for that one. First of all, we're going to recognize that. As per usual, I'm just going to put some fantasy values in here, because the game only cares about me putting any value in there, and then hitting that. So now the collected data is 100%. It's 100% wrong, but it is in, you know, the game has decided now that I have done a torpedo calculation, and I'm going to do the rest manually. Now 45 is probably not that wrong. Probably 55 right now. I can use these to take notes, I suppose. Distance. Now, that is a C3, so we're looking at the mast height of 36 cable, which is the one on the right. And for me, that is the one right here. And I spot him on the magnified view. That's pretty much 50. That's 26.4 hectometers, so 2.64 kilometers. That is very far away. I don't like that. That one, on the other hand, that is much closer. I think we're going to take that. What's the bearing doing? We look at it. The bearing is drifting right. So it's still going in front of us. So that's good. But I think we might as well stop. Because we're already very close to that. And that thing is going to get closer still. We can actually calculate how close it's going to get. We're going to do that in a second. Come on. Hard to see. Can I do that in the magnified view? 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 is the last one I can see. That is 160. So on the magnified view, 160 is 830. Let's pause this. 830 is 0.830 kilometers divided by 1.852 is 4.48 cables, or 0.448 miles. And we spot this gentleman in 303. So, we do the same thing that we did with the Corvette earlier. And we're stationary, so relative movement is not an issue. What did I say? Where did we spot him? Oh, I've got TikTok brain at this point. 303. 1, 2, 3. There we go. And we spotted him in 0.44 miles. So this is where the map tools are insufficient because I don't have decimals. For a little bit more, maybe like this. And we know that they're going a course of 108, I think we said. And so we know that the distance that this thing will have in front of us is about 3 cables. Let's say that's 2.3 cables. So 0.23 times 1.852 is the target distance will be 425 meters. And it's gonna be in 1.5 minutes. Let's see how wrong I am on this. 425 meters. Angle on bow will by then be 90, and it's gonna be in 1.5 minutes. Let's see. Start the timer. No. Kilometers per hour are, sorry, I'm gonna say the bad word, retarded. If you are on sea, you do everything in nautical miles, and you are using nautical miles are actually part of the metric system, if you think about it. Let me pause the game for this. We have, so the Earth had a circumference of 40,000 kilometers, and they wanted to create a form of measurement that is that works with the degrees. So the Earth has a circumference of 40,000 kilometers and 360 degrees. And so when you take and all of these 360 degrees, hang on, what have I done now? 360 degrees, they're a bit large, so you also turn them into minutes. So 1 degree has 60 minutes. 360 times 60 is 21,600 minutes. So the circumference of the Earth is 21,600 minutes and 40,000 kilometers. So you take those 40,000 kilometers and divide them by 2160, and you get the nautical mile, which is 1.851 kilometers. So the nautical mile is essentially 1/60th of a degree if you go around the equator, or if you go west to east. So that the nautical mile is it's not like the land mile, like that they decided upon in, I don't know, 1235, which is the distance between some little castle and some little village in England or something. This thing is based on the on the metric system. It is basically turning kilometers into degrees. And 1 knot is 1 mile per hour. So obviously, if you're using miles and all that, then you would also at the same time you would also use knots, because that's just 1 mile an hour. What's stupid is that the German Kriegsmarine in World War II has decided to use a mixture. So that is a historic error. I would not have done this. They could have. Well, I don't know how they would have fixed it, because obviously the mast height they take in meters, and therefore if you use milliradians and meters, you get the result of that is also going to be in meters. In hectometers in this case. And that would not change if you used feet or anything. You would have to use cables, but you know, why would you measure the mast height of the target ship in cables? That's just going to be 0.0 kind of a value. So they kind of had to use this mixture, and you can see they measure in knots, but they also measure in meters. Like, I do not envy the navigators mates of this time, because they had to permanently change. They had to permanently calculate between the different values. So for firing they use meters, and for travel they use for speed they use knots. Now I know that on the odometer they did have a system to measure the distance that they traveled, especially necessary for when you go submerged. You want to know how far you have traveled. So this thing calculates the amount of distance that you have traveled. And that one also measured in meters. So the poor navigators mates at that time, they just constantly had to calculate back and forth. But for me it would be chaos to switch to meters, because that is, or to kilometers per hour. That is just, ugh, that's my. I'm sorry, just it makes my skin crawl, because we don't use kilometers. Like river boats, they measure in kilometers per hour, and they also say left and right instead of port and starboard and all that. It's just, it's very unseaman. It's very it's bad seamanship. Let's just say that. Okay, so we're gonna wait for another minute, and then they should be ahead of us. And then we're gonna take another another distance measurement. When they are at about 350, I'd say. And then if they are at 425 meters, then I'm gonna be very, very happy. So another 30 seconds. And we're gonna do that before they are there, because in 30 seconds they will be directly ahead of us, but I don't want that. I want them to be like slightly off to port, so at 350 would be fine. And we're already wrong a little bit, so yeah. So right now they should be in front of us, but they are not. They are at 335. So they have only traveled this much. And that is 2 cables. So from that I would surmise that they're actually not going 7 knots, but rather 4 knots. So that I would assume is due to the fact that my distance measurement was off. So we're gonna see what that sums up to. Also, why did you get rid of all my values? I already put them in, didn't I? 7, 90, 425. And pause. Now, usually I don't pause when doing firing solutions. This is just because we're doing something special today. Let's check this. That is on the unmagnified view. We have him at pretty much dead on 80 milliradian. And we know that he has a mast height of 30. Let's do it super accurate. 35.85. So 35.85. And we're gonna say that now that is pretty much 80. Times 1,000 divided by 80 milliradian. 448. What did I say? 425? That's good enough. That is more than good enough. 87 speed is set to 7. Tube 1 and 4 are already flooded. Lovely. And the target length is 143. And that gives me a salvo spread of 13 degrees, and we're not gonna do that. Oh, hang on. Are we set to magnetic pistols? No, we're not, aren't we? No. We never are after we load a save. 8 meters torpedo depth is correct. And we're gonna go to the bow torpedo room and we're gonna use this little thing. Salvo size is 2. We're gonna set manual salvo angle and we're not gonna go with 13 degrees. We're gonna go with something like 7. And then we're gonna launch.
Los!
And we know that the angle is overridden. That's fine.
40 Sekunden bis Torpedo Einschlag.
Boosh.
30 Sekunden.
Let's look at the second torpedo, not the first one. Oh, that's gonna be a miss. Because they're actually going... Master? What? Oh, the first one hit, that makes sense. Oh, that one was hit as well. Because the propeller stopped. Fair enough. Not happy with that though. Something was off. Likely their speed value. Right, and now we need Richard to quickly reload. We still have a few T3s left. Do we have anything in the stern tubes, I wonder? No. Right, that one is... Should I just fire another one? Probably. Oh, we do have the T1 in tube 3. That one's at 60 on the zoom in. That means 22. That's just too far away, man. I don't think I can hit that. There's the tanker. We need that. We definitely need that. The McDowell. Good name. And that's a T2. I've never seen any other tanker in a convoy than a T2. Gonna be honest. 7, that's 45, and that is, I don't know, 800. Again, these are just fantasy values so that the PDC is happy. Hey, Charlene! Nice to have you in. So, we're gonna wait for him to go into our firing line as per usual, and I think he sped up. Yeah, but it's fine. You can write in German. It's fine. I understand what you mean. And if you've got something to say to chat, I can happily translate. That's absolutely no problem. So we're gonna do another speed check on him. 152 meters. Okay, let's start the clock. There we go. 152 meters. We can do that super accurately. 0.5 divided by. Also, we can already... Oh no, if I leave the periscope view now, they're gonna move my periscope again because they can't keep their bloody fingers off it. 20 seconds. Come on. I always get nervous and anxious when the attack has already started because I know they're already looking for us. Click, that's 34 seconds. So 152.5 meters divided by 30 seconds gives us 5.08 meters per second times 1.904 equals 9.8 knots. Yes, that gentleman has definitely accelerated. Tube 2 is, well, I need you in the CIC real quick. Tube 2 is loaded with AT1. Flat Tube 1. Flat Tube 2. Jesus. Concentrate. Salvo mode off. Tube 2 selected. Torpedo speed we set to 44. The T2 has a draft of 7.1 meters, so we're gonna set that thing to 8. All set, lovely. And Enemy speed is at 9, which we just determined. And now we just wait for him to go into our headline. And then maybe we can get another one. Who knows? And I need new coffee, that's for sure. Also, oh, that's I have to check something. Today I no. Did that work? Yes. Okay, I'm getting ahead. I'm getting hang of this Twitch thing. Check out Charlene if you're German. She does amazing art on her channel. She does like, oh, you can see all of the emotes that she's using. She made them herself. Also, I can see you use your little bunny tap nose that you did yesterday. Very nice. Very cute. I like that. Okay, so we just wait for him. Not gonna be long now. Absolutely no problem, Shalene. You've shouted me out like 20 times at this point, so just as we're about to fire, I'm completely out of coffee. That is horrible timing. What's about the other one? That I think, yeah, they have to worry about different things. They have to do they can do hands-on training in battle damage control drills, and I think they've already decided that they don't want to do that. Yeah, they have already abandoned ship. And there it is.
Befahrt voraus. E-Motoren besetzen.
Now, distance to that thing. It has a mast height of 28.8 meters. We're gonna do that with math, I think. And we spot him. I think that one's higher. Yes, it is. At 105. Okay. So, class. Calculators out. A mast height of 28.8 times 1000 divided by 105 milliradian is 274 meters, but we are in the magnified view, so to get from times 1.5 magnification to times 6 magnification, we have to take this entire thing times 4. And that is 1097 meters. So that is 10.97 hectometers. 1097. Actually, I don't need to. Oh, that is. Actually, I don't need to calculate it in hectometers because if I hover over with the mouse, it just gives me distance to target in meters. But you can see on the dial here on the side, that is in hectometers. 100 meter, hectometer. It says on the top here, HM. So 90.97, 1.9, 10.97. Jesus, is our angle, our distance to target in hectometers. Angle on bow, we can still see the front of the wheelhouse here, so that's going to be like, I don't know, 88, 90, something like that. 85 probably. Let's do that. Distance, speed, all set. Tube 2 is flooded and ready. Yes. In that case, Tube 2 launch. And we can watch that thing go in. Hopefully our speed measurement was correct. Otherwise that is gonna miss. But then again, on short distances like this, especially with a torpedo that's going 44 knots, it's very hard to miss. And that is looking very good. Yeah, that's a good meme. You speak English? Yes. Okay, cool. Ich hätte gerne einen. Sorry, I don't understand German. Very, very good meme. Yeah, that one's... Oh, right underneath the wheelhouse. And it's a dud. Ah. Of course it's a dud. But we still have one in there. Tube 1 is being flooded, but now we have to remember... We switch to Tube 1. Tube 1 is now a T3 that can only go 30 knots, and when you change the torpedo speed on the torpedo data computer, for some reason, I don't know if that's a bug in the game or if that's historically accurate, it changes the speed of the target. No idea why, but it does. Angle on bow seems unchanged, distance seems unchanged, we're just gonna fire it again. But that is a fresh load, so that would be on impact pistol, we don't want that. And also we want that thing to run for, I don't know. Let's leave it running for 2500 and then veer left. So hopefully it can, if it misses, it can do its search pattern in the next column, the one that's behind him. Come on. Launch!
Los!
Herr Kaloin?
Okay. That looks good. Yeah, that was the one, that one little T1 torpedo with the pistol 1 that we got from one of the milk cows. They still had one of those old things lying around, I just took it with me, and of course it was a dud. It's just typical. Yeah, that looks good. That looks good. All right underneath the front storage. Yup. That'll do it. There's another one. Maybe we can score another one before they come to us. They've stopped pinging as well. Maybe they've lost us.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Yeah, maybe. I'm gonna take my chances. We have one more T3 LUT. Hopefully we can get another one. Yeah, McDowell, that thing's lost. Fun fact. We have... Actually, no, let me get a coffee and then I'm gonna tell you a fun fact. Ah, viewer attention.
Herr Kaloin, eingehendes Funktelegramm.
There we go. Now, fun fact. I don't know what it's like in the rest of the world, but for us, in the German Navy, and I think in German ports in general, when you have a tanker, like a fleet oiler or something, in the harbor, they always have lines hanging over the bow and the stern, so in case there is a fire on that thing, they don't try to put it out, because they know they can't do it anyway. So they just attach tugboats to these lines, cut the lines to shore, and just drag it out of the harbor, so that when it explodes or the fire gets out of control, it doesn't damage anything else. Because they know, we all know, that if an oil tanker or something like that catches fire, there is absolutely no chance of putting that out. So you just drag it away and let it do its damage somewhere else. You just don't want that to be in the harbor when that happens. But yeah, these guys, they should already be running for their boats. They're not going to put that out. And hello, you're coming for me. Yep, tube 1 loaded. Okay, lovely. There's one, Nathaniel Broadwich. I'm gonna have to put fantasy values on here as well. 90 and 800, I think. Blood tube 1. Tube 1 is already selected. That's on 9. Torpedo speed is set to 30. Lovely. That's set to 9. I think we're gonna set that to 8. This is just guesswork. Don't hate me if I don't hit this. That is 70 milliradian on the zoom in for a 36 meter mast height. 16.5. Let's do that. 16.5. Angle on bow slightly less than 90. Magnetic pistol, please. And you're gonna go 2000. Tube 1 launch and bring us down to 220 meters, please. Also hard to port. Yeah, and the oiler is evacuating. I would too. And that one's going past. Oh, they're very close to us. Flank speed. Get us down quick. And that's definitely gonna miss, isn't it? I have no confidence in this torpedo. Yep. They're about to drop.
Der Torpedo ist auf halbem Weg. Ja. Herr Kaloi, wir wurden von Asdick geortet. Aktuelle Tiefe 60 Meter. Schraubengeräusche direkt über uns.
Directly above us.
40 Sekunden bis Torpedo-Einschlag. Wasserbomben. Sehr
And
nah.
depth charges. Here we go.
30 Sekunden. 75 Meter.
Oh, do I not have any decoys anymore? Oh, that's not good. Uh-oh. Yeah, use the noise of the depth charges.
10 Sekunden bis
Currently our sonar signature is masked anyway because of the explosion, so we might as well pump out the water. Oh, these are close. I don't like that. Yep.
Ich brauche Hilfe.
sehr nah.
Come on.
Schadensbericht.
Fuck. Okay. You get on repairs.
105 Meter.
Bring us back up to 50.
Tauchen auf 50 Meter. E-Motoren besetzen.
Where is that?
Meter.
Are we coming back up? No, we're going down.
Hüllebruch im E-Maschinenraum repariert.
Thank you. We need to get
135 Meter.
up.
Verstanden, Herr
Equalize.
Kommandant.
And we need to get the water into the CIC.
Aktuelle
130. Now we're coming back up. Okay, never mind then. It's not that bad. Bring us up to 90.
90 Meter.
And silent running.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Wasserbomben, sehr nah.
Kapitän?
Wasserbomben, sehr nah.
Jesus.
125 Meter.
Schneller,
Keep it up on
schneller.
command as well. And we need the pump, unfortunately.
Lenzpumpe
Even though it is very loud.
Herr Kaloin, feindliche Schiffe geben Alarm.
Wir wissen, wie es geht. Drehen wir den Spieß gegen diese Jäger um.
Almost 30 cubic meters in the hull. That is not good. Not good at all. We only have 66% of compressed air remaining. Also clear the bow torpedo room. We don't need you in there at the moment. And then if that way,
Aktuelle Tiefe 100
if there's a hull breach in there, it's immediately contained. Also get Schwarz out of there, Jesus. Yeah, okay, nice. Good boys. Very good. I thought they were gonna leave the wounded man in there. Now stern torpedo, that thing might be damaged. I do not care, because we don't have a stern torpedo anyway. So there's no trouble with that. So why can't we use the maximum speed here?
Schneller, schneller.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
There we go.
Ja, Herr Kaloin, ich kümmere mich darum.
Wir wurden von Esdik geortet.
85 Meter.
And that's low. Let's keep our battery charged as well as we can. Also, close that bulkhead. I don't want water spilling into my radio room, please.
Meter.
Was a crazy amount of water that we got with that.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr
I'll
Kaloin?
use Rossmann as the first person view because the commander is busy
85
shoveling
Meter.
water. That was a close call there. And we're still not through it. Not quite. Yeah, water's already spilling over into the other compartments. Because the pump can't get it out quickly enough as they shovel it in.
Herr Kaloy, wir wurden von Esdik geortet.
But I'm confident we're gonna get it out. If we don't get hit again, that's the thing.
Treffer!
Oh!
Schwere Schäden.
Oh yeah! We had a torpedo on the run. Let's see what that hit. If it hit the one that we were aiming for, or if it hit the one behind it. Now that should be... Not here? Which one got hit? Come on, there should be still the explosion, right? I honestly can't tell which one we hit. Probably that one, and we hit it from the port side, so it was on its way back. That was a search pattern hit. Nice! I rarely get any one of those. So what I would assume
Aktuelle Tiefe.
we overshot, so we went in front of the bow.
Herr Kaloy, wir wurden von Esdik geortet.
I don't need to gesture to you. You don't see what I'm pointing at. So we went in front of its bow, and then on the way back, it turned in and hit it from the other side. That's probably what happened there. Nice! Always happy when that happens. Happens rarely enough. What's the pump? Like 30... performance is decreased by 37%. That's okay. We can work with that. Stern torpedo room and electric engine room is nearly dry. But there's always some water spilling back in when they open the bulkhead, and it spills back over from the engine room, and it spills back over from the galley, and it spills back over from the crew quarters, and it spills back over from the control room. Which is odd, to say the least, because the control room, the CIC room, that should be the lowest bilge in the boat, so everything should be flowing into there, really. Well, if it spills on top of the deck, then I get it, I suppose. Well, not really. They know that we have search pattern torpedoes. And also, it could also mean that there's a second submarine. Oh.
Aktuelle Tiefe 70
Uh-oh.
Meter.
Yeah, there they are.
Schneller Ruder an Steuerbord.
Blank speed. Get out of here. Could also mean that there's a second submarine here. And then the ones that are already hunting me, they would not disengage me to hunt that other one. They will stay on me. Okay, they know where we are anyway, so let's get up to 30 meters, just to get the water out, and then after we're done there, we're gonna go down as deep as we can. Already got 20 cubic meters out of the hull, that's good. Just need to be careful, because we did push water out of our ballast tanks, so now that we pump the water out, we get lighter and lighter and lighter, and at some point the dive plane operators will not be able to compensate and will just shoot out of the water like a cork. And we want to avoid that, so we must flood the ballast tanks rather soon.
50 Meter.
That one sounded close.
30 Meter.
Yeah, they all are very close. It's very uncomfortable to be here at the moment. And now the pump is really working
10 Meter.
at this step. The thing that I warned about has just happened. Yep.
Feindliche Schiffe geben Alarm.
Zeit, unseren Mut zu testen, Männer. Schadensbericht.
Herr Kaloy, wir sind aufgetaucht.
No, get down, get down, get down. Fucking hell. Bring her down. Come on, come on, come on. Yep, there we go. Okay. 100. How much water is still remaining? Okay, 6 cubic meters. That's fine. These are all dry. I need to get that one dry. That was so dumb. That was so dumb. We did rise very quickly, though. Jesus. What did they damage? The AA gun? Yeah, okay, that's fine. 4.3, yeah, that's okay. We're gonna get the rest out as well. Bring us to 80 for now.
80 Meter. Aktuelle Tiefe 50 Meter.
Peekaboo.
20 Grad. Wasserbomben. Sehr nah.
Yeah, dropping depth charges again.
Geräusche direkt über uns. 65.
But they will be set to the wrong depth. I'm fairly sure of that. 4 cubic meters remain. Oh, they are close though. Ooh, I don't like that.
Funkraum besetzen.
75 Meter.
Yup, that's close.
Rohre sind beschädigt.
X!
Höhenbruch im Bugtorpedo.
Oh, okay, that's it.
Torpedoraum.
I think they got us.
Einbruch im Offiziersraum. Höhenbruch im Offiziersraum.
Okay, emergency blow all ballast.
Ja.
Repair
Schadensbericht.
that and that and that. Repair that and that and that.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Wasserbomben. Sehr nah.
Schadensbericht.
Anlage beschädigt.
GG. That was a good hit.
Ventile sind beschädigt.
Yeah, now the vents are down, the valves are down, and we've still got 95% of water in the tanks. That is an unrecoverable dive.
Schon beschädigt.
There is nothing that you can do at this point. Its pump is down as well.
Luke beschädigt.
Now all the bulkheads get damaged as well. And we're already at 250 meters. The depth here is 2,500 meters. Yeah, that's that. GG. That was a good hit. Holy cow.
Luke beschädigt. Schadensbericht.
Six leaks with one depth charge. That was impressive. That must have been right next to the hull, like not even a meter away. There we are. Oh boy! That is unfortunate. Thankfully, we are not playing on permadeath. So we can still recover that. That is the autosave that it did when we just got sunk. And then that one is the last one we had. Yeah. Yeah, we all don't like those sounds, eh? They are very, very scary. Oof, what a hit. Impressive, actually. And I think that that was a standard depth charge. That was not a hedgehog or anything. I think they did that with a depth charge. Very impressive. Good hit. Also, I jinxed that by saying that I guess that they will be too shallow. And then they were right on the target. I think that save will be before the attack, though. Ouch. Not fun. Not at all. Yeah, we're still on the surface, and I think that was rather oh, okay. Oh, right here, okay. So they were somewhere over there, and they're going 108. We know this now, so we can go a little bit ahead.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten
And then
setzen.
close in like this. On full speed. Whoop, that was impressive.
Kurs setzen. Kleine Fahrt. Raus.
Okay, so they are a bit further north than that.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Let's try this again.
Alarm beenden.
Zielposition erreicht.
Kurs setzen.
Yeah, I completely underestimated the distance there. That was crazy. Yeah, there we've got the situation again. That is one column right here. And that one. Or that one. If I see that one directly from the front, then I'm gonna dive.
Alarm! Auf Gefechtsstation!
Los geht's, Männer! Lasst uns einige Schiffe versenken!
Where do we have the corvettes? We're already very close to them. Not really happy with that approach. I kind of half-assed that. I'm sorry about that. Should have taken more a cautious approach, but I did want to just get to the attack quicker now because we already wasted that much time by dying. That one's nearly ahead. Oh wow, they are a lot further away. Now what we can do is, for example, we can look at this one here. And we can determine that that is pretty much an angle on bow of 30. And we spot him in 280. And an angle on bow of 30. Oh, that's the wrong tool. Come on. Where's the angular tool? Do it like this. Yes, okay. Angular bow. Angle is 30. Okay, so they're going more like 090. It's a bit odd. Maybe they want to go into the Mediterranean. Head for the Portuguese coast and then southeast. Who knows? I don't know. Maybe they're just doing a zigzag. Can be a lot of reasons for that. Although I did think that we were actually pretty spot on with our earlier estimation of of 108. Captain just had a dream and woke up. Yeah, it's like the final destination, the kind of thing, yeah. And range-wise, well, I see superstructure but no hull, so it's gotta be more than 8 miles. Something like that. And they are going in like this. Yeah, we're gonna disengage a little bit
Koordinaten setzen.
to get ahead of them a little bit further. Because any second now a corvette or a destroyer might actually decide that that blip on the radar is an actual contact and not just a wave. And they could come looking for us. Excuse me. I did kind of catch a cold or something. I don't know why that is. It's nothing major, but Just annoying. Yeah, now you can see the plumes of smoke. Like, these ones are already, like, angled towards the right, and these ones are still angled towards the left, so that means we're right ahead of the convoy. On the right-hand side, the southern side of it. Like, the majority of them are still leaning towards the left. So, if we look at the... No, that's not the one I wanted. That one. Where's one that's actual angle on bow 0? That one. And we spot him in 285. So that means our course is 15 degrees incorrect. We need to turn 15 degrees to starboard. And that would mean that their course is 105. Okay, so we were correct on that. I just still suck at reading angle on bows. That's what that was. Again. Okay. Periscope that. And that's slow. I'm wondering whether or not I should do a permadeath run on the next one. But in that case, we're just gonna be playing in 1939 and 1940 for quite a lot of time. Plus, it's not... Yeah, U-boat is not the main focus on this channel. Like, if I was Pit Pinsel or something, then I would probably do that again, but I'm not. I actually want to get back on that treadmill over there and lose weight, which is why we're here in the first place. Right, you get on those torpedoes, you get on the engine, you get on the TTC, believes? Yes. And then we'll just wait for them.
Torpedorohr 1 gewartet. Torpedorohr 2 gewartet. Torpedorohr 3 gewartet.
Excuse me.
Torpedorohr 4 gewartet.
Yeah, and he's just maintaining those torps like a maniac. Very well. Very good. What do we see? It's an Empire class. That's the corvette. And that we see that with an angle on bow of like 10 is very worrying.
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
I have to get out of the way of that. There's our tanker. We like that one. More C3s. Yeah, there's plenty of pickings in this convoy, that's for sure. So we just have to get out of the way of the corvette, which is right there. We can do our little thing again, which is... Actually, I've never seen one of those. The chant. I've never seen one. I think that's like a D-Day thing. I think that is a flower class. And I spot her at... Well, let's say that's 22 milliradian on the zoom in. So, first of all, let me give you my calculator. There we go. And the mast height was 19 meters. Okay, so 19 times 1,000 divided by, what did I say, 21, 24? Yeah, let's do 23. 23 milliradian times 4 to account for zoom, 3.3 kilometers away. .7 miles. And in 267. 267. 1.78 miles away. I need the decimals. .7 away, and an angle on bow of 10. That, no, that's not the one. That one. So 10 degrees more than that would mean 102, mean 112. There we go. And so we know that this thing's gonna pass 3 cables behind us if we were stationary. We know from earlier, that's a bit cheaty, but you know, we're not gonna use every information that we have. We know that they're going 7 knots, which I think we knew anyway because we've already engaged that convoy, let's be fair. So that's gonna be 12, yeah. Six 12. Pretty much exactly 15 minutes. So a quarter of an hour they're gonna be there. We're going 5 knots. So we'll move 5 cables. So basically, in the same time, we're gonna move 1 mile and 2.5 cables. If we maintain current speed, she's gonna pass more than a mile behind our stern. So I'm kind of happy with that. Closest point of approach. I could calculate that as well, but not like this. The tools are horrible. So we're just gonna keep going like that. Hopefully they will not spot us. So we're gonna go down scope.
Herr Kapitän?
And we're gonna start our watch. And then in about 12 minutes I'm gonna have another peek. And also, you maintain those torpedoes and you get on the dive planes. I don't want my radar mast poking out of the water. It's very dangerous. We don't like that. One minute.
Torpedorohr 1 gewartet.
2 minutes. Actually, I can't look above the surface if I don't have a periscope. 3 minutes. So that means we have pretty much traveled. Let's see if that's accurate. 3 cables, 2 cables. Yeah, okay. Nice. I need the decimals. That is one of the mods that I have on my list. Speed decimals and distance decimals on the range rulers and all that. That's very important. Now, at 6 minutes, I'm gonna have a peek up. 4 minutes. 5 minutes. We should be spotting him in 239. In 3/4 of a minute. And we don't. Again. There it is. That's good. We can make a more informed map reading with that. Boop. So right now we see him at 222. So already right here. Scary. So that would mean that they have gone this distance in 6 minutes, which is 1 mile. So that means they're going 10 knots. Don't know if I believe that. I rather think that there was an error in ranging, which is not unlikely considering how far away they were. The further they are away, the more the errors like, add up. So, but right now we can do a proper good range reading. We see him at 40 milliradian on the zoom in, of course. So, calculators out. 90 meters of mast height times 1000 divided by 40 milliradian times 4 to account for zoom. 1900, that is pretty much a mile. .025 miles. That's a mile. So 222, 1 mile, 7, 8, 9, 10. He's right there. That is our target. We can get rid of all of that nonsense because that was apparently wrong. And from that point, we've calculated their course to be 107. 105, sorry. And they're going, well, we expected them to go 7 knots. So that means that in 6 minutes, I should be... Well, first of all, that's a distance of 7 cables. I'm more than happy with that. So, both engines stop. And in 6 minutes, he should have passed my stern. And he should be in 171. Let's see. Start the timer. Both engines stop. Down scope. Reset the stopwatch. I'm gonna use my own as well. Click. Wait for 6 minutes. Only downside with using real-life stopwatch is that I can't use the time acceleration. This one doesn't accelerate, obviously. I'm gonna check at 5.5 because we did start the timer a little late. So just 1 minute to go. Three-quarters of a minute.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
Okay, reconnect successful. What are we doing, internet? What's going on? Are we back or are we not back? Come on. Don't do this to me, you silly Billy. Oh, I can lower the scope and raise the scope in pause. Don't know how I feel about that. So, what did we say? We said that we wanted or expected him to be at either 172 or 159. (172)
Torpedorohr 3 gewartet.
164. So right in the middle, basically. Right there. Measure the distance. Now, if only we had stopped the stopwatch at the right moment, we could have a very bloody good reading of what that actually means. But right now, we would expect him to go something along the lines of 8 knots. Good enough. We're gonna assume the convoy is going at 8 knots. Lovely. And the stream seems to be going well again. Good. Sorry if I lost anyone there for a second. I think we are back. So,
Herr Kapitän?
we know that the closest point of approach with that corvette has been reached. It's in the path already, actually. That one is now increasing range towards us. So basically, we can start hunting now. There's the tanker, and it's going to pass our stern. We don't like that, so we're going to turn around.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
And we're going to turn over the port bow, very important. So we're going to go relative 181, new course 1907, and we're going to change that to 1905 once we have turned a little bit. That is the main target right there, that big old tanker. We want that. Definitely want that. Yeah, it died a moment. Yeah, I noticed that. Like I've got my stream on my cell phone, so I can see the chat, and suddenly the screen turned all blue. But hey, the measurements in place, they did work. Automatic reconnect and all that I've put in. Makes sense. It doesn't make sense that the internet dies every now and then, because I have switched to Starlink now. Also, Villazilla, thank you for the follow. I just saw that. I have switched to Starlink, so every now and then there might be like a little second when they switch over to a different satellite, and at that point we lose internet. Also, it's not set up ideally. Like you should really set up that dish on your roof, and I've attached it to my balcony. So I'm only getting like 50% of its range. But it is aiming at where all the satellites pass. So that should not really be a problem, but there could, from every now and then, there could be a little connection loss. As long as I keep track of them and don't say anything important while you guys are not there, then we should be fine. Right. That turn is going to take quite a while. I could increase speed. Not sure if I want to do that though. That is also very menacing. Any other tanker in here? Doesn't look like it. Oh, that's a... What's that? Clemson class? 4 stacks, but all on the same height. Caldwell class. Town class type Delta. Wickers and Clemson class. Yep, that's it. Yeah, both engines slow speed ahead. New course 195, please.
Kurs 195.
There's the target. That one is also looking pretty. And you, please do not hear me. Please do not hear me. Keep maintaining those torpedoes. Now, we're gonna start with a salvo out of tube 1 and 4, as per usual. Yep. Looks good. And then whilst we turn, I mean, this one is already on our starboard side. That angle on bow is gonna start turning to right. So that's no longer a threat. So whilst we turn, down scope, CO needs a fresh mug of coffee. I'll be right back.
Torpedorohr 1 gewartet.
Thank you, Mr. Mai. Maintain tube 4 then.
Kommandant.
And it looks like we're on course. Let's go. Yep, that's no longer a threat. Lovely. And then that one is 36 meters tall. Oop. Come on. And we see him at about 90. So that means 14.7. Nice. Let's do a speed check with that one.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
And click. Now, the big old C3s are 143 meters long. 0.67
Torpedorohr 4 gewartet.
to the centimeter. Jesus. $34 times 1.904 equals 8.1. Remember when we used the Corvette to determine speed via ranging? Via range and known chorus, and we estimated that they are going 8 knots? Remember that? Turns out we were right. 8 knots. Nice! Okay. Do we fire at that one is the question. I mean, it's in a good position. 110, that's 12. I mean, might as well. So, torpedo speed 30, enemy speed 8. Distance to target 12. Angle on bow red 90 because this time we're attacking from the other side. That's a mistake that I like to do every now and then. Up scope, keep it up. You're in the CIC? Yes, you are. Lovely. In that case, flood tube 1 and 4. Torpedo's depth is 8. Switch all the pistols over to magnetics.
Bewässert. Rohr 4 bewässert.
Veer to the right after 2,500 meters. Now I have to do this in pause, unfortunately, because of the spread of the torpedo salvo. Torpedo distance, we can get that down to 11. Angle is still 90. Don't know why you keep changing that. Torpedo speed is 8. And now the salvo. Torpedo data computer tells me that if I put that on 100 and... what did we say earlier? I keep forgetting things, man. 143. If I put that on 143, it wants me to do a salvo spread of 4.6. I'm not happy with these salvo spreads. They are way too large. So we're gonna go to manual, salvo size 2, and we're gonna go with 2, maybe 3. Let's do 2.5. 1, 2, 2.5. Yeah, that's better. Tube 1 and 4, launch. Looks good. And then I'm gonna need Richard. Also, it looks quite funny when they launch the torpedoes from in here. Gonna need you to immediately stuff new torpedoes in there.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
And we're gonna write that one in. Remember, before we died, we had the first salvo, which hit quite far astern because we did see the enemy at 7 knots. They were actually not going 7 knots, they were going 8. That's why we had a bad hit. This one should be a lot better. And with that, of course, I have jinxed it again. So, yes, there's that. Is there a way to reliably find oil tankers? No. They are just in convoys. And they are usually right in the center because they are the most juicy targets. Yes, that looks absolutely gorgeous. That's gonna be so good. I think that's the second torpedo, or is that the first one? Here's the second torpedo. So the first one is a bit further ahead, and that's gonna be further to the left, so that's gonna hit right there, I think. Oh, that one was to the right. Okay, interesting. And that's a dud. These damn duds. Also, why have you decided that you no longer need to be on battle stations? What is this? We're right in the middle of them. Of course we're on battle stations. Both engines stop. But one hit, usually enough. That's why I fire two. Should be enough. Now next one is gonna be the tanker. Oh right, I need to... well, 8 actually. Angle on bow is 30 at the moment and minus 30. And the distance, I'm just gonna put 1000. And that's a T2, by the way. We do like the T2s. They are very, very good pickings. Although I think, like, first of all, that number's wrong. They don't have 21,000 tons. They never have. And I think that the Dale is actually the largest tanker in the game. I did find a few... actually, in the early campaign, you can find tanker convoys very reliably here. Coming in and out of Edinburgh. So this is a good hunting spot. Because they'll either follow the coast north, or they'll come in from the north, or they'll follow the coast down. So they're just coastal convoys, traveling very close to the shoreline. But if you're right here, you can pick them off all 4 types of convoys, like going out north, coming in from the north, going out south, coming in from the south. So you get a lot of targets there. Unfortunately, it's only 50 meters deep there. So if you get spotted, and if they start hunting you, good luck. But you can get some good pickings there. I don't know about now. I would assume that this entire coastline is completely mined and you would die if you even tried to get in there. But I haven't tried, so maybe you want to check that out. Have you reloaded the torpedo? If you have, get on the next one. And also we're gonna switch that back to auto. Damn dud though. Right, switch over to tube 2. And we're gonna... Actually, I'm gonna wait for him to finish loading the torpedo. I want him on the CIC, because if he's present in the CIC whilst flooding the tube and whilst launching the tube, we get a damage bonus of 6%. It's not much, but it's more than nothing, so we're gonna take it. Plus, we've got all the time in the world, because that thing is still at 70 degrees. And we can do a little calculation again. The T2 has a mast height of 29 meters, and we spot him at... There's a drop of water right there, isn't that annoying? 60 milliradian. 2960 on the zoom out is 440. That thing's gonna come very close. We're gonna backtrack a little bit. We can already set the torpedo distance to minimum. Torpedo speed is looking good. 8 was nice. I think we had to... Oh, that is actually very speedy. Yeah, it did accelerate last time as well. Let's set that to 10. And I don't think we can wait for him. Yeah, we can't. Plot that. Set that to 8.5. Set that to 44. Torpedo speed still... Target speed still 10. What's it now? It's at 80. 330, okay. Angle on bow is 80. And tube 2. Launch!
40 Sekunden bis Torpedo-Einschlag. 20 Sekunden.
Please don't be a dud again.
10 Sekunden bis Einschlag.
There we go.
Kaloin, wir wurden entdeckt.
Keine Panik.
Not surprised.
Auf eure Aufgaben. Herr Kaloin, eingehendes Funktelegramm.
Oh, hello. I have something for you.
Die Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff. Rohr 3, bewässern.
Now you're some kind of destroyer. They usually have a depth of, I don't know, 4 meters. And you're heading straight for me. Tube 3 launch.
Los!
Both engines stop.
Alle Maschinen, stopp!
Don't attract that thing back to us. Where are you going off to? Oh, I hate these things so much. Why? So,
Sie gehen unter.
what that torpedo did is I was sending it in this direction. It went out of the tube and did a little it turned in on its initial run course, and then it immediately did a 90-degree turn to port to head for that already damaged oil tanker. That oil tanker, first of all, is outside of the angle that its search head can actually find targets in, so it shouldn't even have picked that one up. And also, it immediately went for it when it should go a set distance of like 1 kilometer or something, whichever I set it to. But in this game, the way they are now, these torpedoes come out of the tube and they immediately do their own thing. And that is annoying as hell, and we're going to use a mod on the next playthrough to fix that. So yeah, that was a waste of a T5. Still going though. Good on them. Yeah, so at least there's that. At least it wasn't a dud. Could have been worse. Right, that's coming. We gotta get down here. Down scope, and it's exploding again. Okay, yeah. I think.
Feindliche Schiffe machen sich gefechtsbereit.
Bleibt wachsam, aber keine
I think that we can assume that this thing is gonna sink. Down scope,
Ja,
and turn our course 30 degrees to port,
1, 6,
and bring us down to 220 meters again. Hopefully this time we can make it down
20 Meter.
aktuelle Tiefe
and don't get
5 Meter.
hit again. That's a good boom. Oh yeah, tankers, they are absolute fireworks. And down we go.
Herr Kaloy, wir wurden von SD
And now we're being pinged, naturally.
Wie lauten Ihre
I'm gonna use
Befehle, Herr
Heineke
Kaloy?
as a first-person model.
45 Meter.
And we want to be super duper quiet.
65 Meter.
And we might as well pump the water out because they have a location on us anyway. And we're going flank speed. They know definitely where we are. So there's no point in being quiet at the moment. Just as once we reach our initial depth, once they drop their first depth charges, we're going to disappear. Also, already dropping depth charges, close bulkheads. Not gonna say it, because then I'm gonna jinx it. And we can get the calculator off the screen, because that's just in the way now. Also, it sounds like we're directly below something that's on fire. So that means they can't actually get right on top of us. Come on, camera. Now I'm actually not going 90 degrees up. I'm coming up at a bit of an angle. Oh, it's right there. Okay, so we're nowhere near directly underneath that. Never mind then. Right, both engines dead slow. And at this point, we want to be as quiet as possible. Now, our leader characters, I think they all have the Iron Fist skill. No, only 2 of them. So the crew and torpedo loading noise is lowered by 75% twice. And then, oh no, they all have the Iron Fist skill, but then Alfred Engler also has the personal skills, and so the stress accumulates 40% slower. Very nice. So now we just have to stay quiet, and hopefully they will not find us again. So essentially, they had an active sonar lock on us, and they probably also heard us on their passive sonar. And now they have an active sonar lock again. Oh yeah, 2 pings. Yeah, they immediately know where we are. That's a bit of a bummer. The idea was that once they drop all their depth charges, and the explosions completely drown out their passive sonar, at the exact same moment, we drop down to dead slow. So they have an active lock, they drop their charges, and the lock's gone. Active lock's gone, passive lock's gone. They have to start from scratch. And unfortunately, they immediately picked us up again. So that's a bit of a bummer, but we'll survive this, I'm sure. Now, I just remembered that I'm playing vanilla, so I can actually go down fucking as deep as I want. Let's do that. And that's the other thing. On the next playthrough, we are gonna play with deep leaks, where if we go down as deep as we are now, pipes will fail, hatches will fail. We'll get more leakages, which obviously will increase the water in the bilge, and that's gonna be dangerous for diving. Oh, they're dropping depth charges, but not here. Nice. But in vanilla, we can just go down to crush depth, and As long as we're 1 meter above crush depth, nothing bad happens to us. That is a bit of weird game design, but that's what the devs, well, that's the damage model of the game at the moment. Hopefully the devs will wise up as well, and then we'll get... I think something like Deep Leaks, the mod, is very nicely done, and I think the devs can incorporate that very, very easily into the game, and I hope they do that. Because, you know, they've been busy with trying to get this game on console. The Xbox release was very, very shortly in the past. And they've been working on the Type 9 DLC, the Distant Coast DLC, which I'm very much looking forward to. But once that is all done, I hope they can get back to ordinary updates for the game, and then hopefully we'll get something like Deep Leaks. As maybe they can do it like an ultra-realistic damage model or something, that you don't have to play with it. But for us hardcore simulation fans, they absolutely need to incorporate something like that. Because it just absolutely makes no sense that I can just casually go down to 280 meters and there's absolutely nothing bad that comes from that, apart from a bit of stress. Like that is a bit odd. It's a bit odd, that's what I'm gonna say. And they still have a lock on us, that's also very scary. At that point I would absolutely expect the thermal layer. He sounds very scared the way he says actual current depth 275 meters. There's no need to be scared, man. This is vanilla. Nothing bad's gonna happen. We are A-okay. Don't worry about it, Rossmann. We are safe. We are in 298. It's the best submarine in the service. Nothing bad can happen. To be fair, we did just die, but that was before the save, so it actually never happened. Nothing bad can happen. I'll say, of course, the deeper you are, the more time you have to react on depth charges. That's the whole point of it. So if they, first of all, they have to really get a good firing solution. They have to really estimate where we will be by the time the depth charges reach 280 meters. And all the time while they're dropping, we can, you know, increase speed, turn to the side. It's a lot safer down here than it was earlier when we were just at 80 meters. I think that was what spelled our doom. We were just too high up. Basically, their first hit when they hit our stern torpedo room, or electric engine room. That was actually what made that attack so good, because we had to be on close to the surface to pump the water out. That was the problem. And I just realized now that after we had created like equilibrium between the water inside of the hull and with the stern tanks, I could have just kept the water in the boat and just gone down with it into 220 meters, 280 meters. That's what we're gonna do next time. If we get water in the bilge again, and we pump out some water out of the main ballast tank to compensate, we're just gonna keep it in until we're safe. That's an idea. They're directly above us, but they did not drop depth charges. Although, to be fair, at this point, the water in the bilge here, down here, accumulates rather quickly. We pumped the rest out whilst we were going down, and we already have another 500 liters in the bilge. It's very scary. That pressure is really working on us. Actually, Charlene, I don't know if you're still here. I just wanted to test something. Where is it? Yeah, the hull is pretty scary. The hull noises. Oh, it did not save. Okay, never mind then. Never mind then. Oh no, it did save. Haha! Let me test that. Ah! Yes, it works. But we can hide commands. That's probably a good idea. Well, for the future. Right now, if you want, check out Charlene. She's an amazing artist. Very, very cute stuff that she draws. And another 100 liters in the bilge. Jesus. That's not gonna be good. That's not good. And we can probably open those bulkheads, because they do rattle a lot. I don't know if they actually cause a sound when you open and close them, but with the damage control teams running back and forth to check for damages, they are using these bulkheads quite a lot. And if they actually do cause a noise, then I kind of want to avoid that. Oh, and also, the bow torpedo room, we're still gonna evacuate. Why? No, no need. We're perfectly safe down here. I mean the water in the bilge, yeah, sure, but 0.6 is still alright. We can manage that. The dive plane operators, they have no problem with compensating for that. Especially that since the chief is right here. Where is he? Where's Chief? There's Chief. He's coordinating them, like they can hold the depth, no problem. They'll do it. I just need the destroyers up there to lose signal, and then once they've given up, then we can get back up. And there's depth charges, so they haven't lost us quite yet. We're heading south. Yeah, keep turning 30 degrees to starboard. You course 196. We want to keep a southward direction. And close the bulkheads again.
Es ist nicht mehr erforderlich, die Schotten geschlossen zu halten.
And they're dropping a lot. Okay. Directly above us. Another 30 degrees. But I can hear the detonations very quietly in the back. I wouldn't say that those are very close. I wonder if you guys can even hear them. No, I can't hear any detonations. That's slow. More depth charges. Yeah. Did you hear that? There. That sounds like starboard side astern and pretty far away actually. It's definitely a stern. Ah yeah, now we can see the explosions. Reflecting off the stern of the hull here. So they are getting a little bit closer. I don't think they're a problem yet. And then with those explosions they will once again have lost our hydrophone signal. So I doubt we'll have to do anything about it. I would like to drop a decoy, although that would give them a depth estimate.
Herr Kapitän. Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen. Ja, Herr Kaloi, ich kümmere mich darum.
Funkraum besetzen.
There we go, 45%. We need that crew noise as low as possible. Let's increase speed just a little bit. Well, time compression, not speed. See how we do on that. We're heading southwest at the moment, which is pretty much more than 90 degrees off the convoy's course, so the escorts will soon have to go back. Open the bulkheads, by the way. Oh, that was the wrong button. Damn it. Command, command, radio room, hydrophone, dive planes, and you can stay on the engine. Yeah, that works. You can also get a man on the radio. Not that you guys are actually doing anything in the radio room, but, you know, at least you're on your station. .1.
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung. Verstanden, Kommandant.
Korvette, 185 Grad.
That's okay. So just one Corvette that just popped back in our detection range. 185, so it went behind our stern, so they briefly lost contact with it because our own propeller noise was blocking that. So they're probably circling right behind us at the moment. So there's a group in 210, propeller in 204, 198, 242, 134. Still that's starboard side astern. dozen propellers in 090. Fair enough. Numerous propellers in 064. Okay. Yeah, okay. 43 miles away. That is irrelevant. 230, 237. Another group at 41. Another group dead ahead. Okay. And one in one. Okay, so they're all astern. All of them. I think... No, I'm not going to say.
Feindliche Schiffe machen sich gefechtsbereit.
I didn't say it!
Zu testen, Männer. Herr Kaloy, wir wurden von Estig geortet.
That's just unfair. I did not say it. Yeah, okay. Let them have another run. It's fine. Bring us to port. Just throw off their values a little bit. Thing stopped. Surely that slight course change was not enough to throw them off.
Direkt über uns.
Yeah. Are they dropping?
Feindliche Schiffe geben Alarm.
Keine Panik. Konzentriert euch auf eure Aufgaben.
There's another ping.
Wir wurden von Estig geortet.
They did not drop depth charge. Now they're dropping depth charges. Blank speed! Hard to starboard! So we basically gave them a slanted idea of where we were actually going. And so they will be dropping ahead of where they think we will be, and then we double back and turn back to starboard. Hopefully evading the depth charges. That's the idea. Let's see if it works. Yep, it's fine. Rudder midships. They're already missing. So I just want the rudder to be a midship so that we get maximum speed out of this. We're gonna stay on flank speed as long as we can, as long as those explosions are happening in the background. Because our engine noise right now is completely irrelevant because the explosions will drown out that noise anyway. And so we can use the time of the explosions, as long as the explosions are going on, we can make a bit of way. And we're going 10 knots, which is crazy. Type 7C-41 at very, very good underwater propulsion. We're actually gonna make some distance while we evade those depth charges. They're throwing a lot. Is that it? I think so. And we fall silent again. we'll wait. We're at 274. Okay, so we can slowly turn to port again. Bring us back to that lovely southwesterly course. Let's do something very, very crooked, like, I don't know. 219er.
219.
Bring us back on a general southwesterly course. Away from the convoy. And then whenever they find us again, we have means of evading either to port or to starboard. Alternate a little bit. Throw them off a little bit. Not always, also important, don't always use the same evasion, because then they'll, well, realistically, the enemy commanding officer could see a pattern in that and expect you to do the same thing again and again. You don't want to be predictable. That one's coming in close.
Kapitän.
Auf manuelle Steuerung wechseln.
Maybe we can reduce the equipment noise a little bit. That is very close. Cubic meters. There it is. It's the gray one. You see how fast that bearing is drifting? That is because he's so close. He's just about to go behind our stern. And he's quieting down. So distance is increasing. Now he's gone behind our stern and we don't see him anymore because the hydrophone operator has lost him. Now we've re-established contact with him. We actually have him on as a contact? Nah. Okay, both engines slow speed ahead. Let's do a little bit of distance here.
Schneller.
Away from them.
175 Grad.
175, that's gotta be it. You just picked that up. Where is it? 150, 105. 175 degrees. 173. 72, and then there's a Corvette in 70 and another Corvette in 70. Quite a bit of traffic still. Yeah, now we're going 5 knots, that's gotta be good. 5 knots, that thing is pretty speedy, man. Not bad, and that's with the deck gun on it still. Right, 1500 hours.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
And no, I'm not gonna say it. Not again. It's getting a little bit wet in here, so let's bring us up to 100 meters, please.
Tauchen auf 100 Meter.
Gonna go back to electric dive planes. Come on, fingers on the buttons. Which is weird because
260 Meter.
as far as I know, the dive planes are not electric on Type 7 boats. I think they are pneumatic. Like they work with oil pressure. No, pneumatic is with air pressure, right? They are hydraulic. With hydraulic oil.
240 Meter.
As well as the main rudder and everything else, really. Which is why the energy management mod is a bit weird, because all of these things require energy. Whereas the only thing that should be
225 Meter.
using energy is the hydraulic compressor. Which also would be cool if that was a thing. You coming up? Yeah, looks good. That little bit of water is no issue for a experienced dive crew.
205 Meter.
Especially if we're going 5 knots. Do I immediately go for periscope depth, I wonder? Just have a look around.
Aktuelle Tiefe 190 Meter.
Oh, we actually already have pump again. Yeah, let's level off at 160 then.
Tauchen auf 160 Meter.
Let's wait for them to find that level.
150 Meter.
There we go. 160. Hydrophone man, what is the word?
Befehle.
Actually, turn 30 degrees to port in case there's someone hiding in our dead angle.
8, 9.
Immediately propellers detected. Look at that.
160 Meter.
So we have, first of all, let's get rid of all of this nonsense. A lot of drawings here. We've got 8 messages to send. The William J. Riddle was severely damaged and sunk. The White Oak was severely damaged and sunk. That's it. 2 ships sunk. Good enough. So we don't need to return. Both of the ships we hit did actually sink. Perfect. We have 1 freighter in 245. And then... Oh, no.
Ruder Mitschiffs.
And... Okay, so then we have...
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
That's very far away, that's very far away, that's very far away, very far away, very far away. 5 to 10 miles, a group, moving away. That'll be our group.
160 Meter.
And then there's one in 246. Come on. Now that's probably just gonna be the last one. 253, ship propellers numerous. 246, yeah, that's just gonna be that convoy again. Okay. We have leveled off at 160 meters, turn on the pump. And decrease speed to compensate for the noise. Don't want them to be attracted again. Pump out the boat. Bird is the word. Is it? I had not heard. Oh, the hydrophone man, what's the word? Yeah, I keep saying that. Yeah. The bird is the word. Yeah, that would be a good response. You should absolutely say that. Now, we're gonna have wet socks for quite a while, I think. That was quite a bit of water here in the CIC bilge. And we're still getting rid of it.
165 Meter.
Da. Yeah, yeah. We actually, I did have a discussion, or like a discussion, like we were talking about it in chat yesterday on Josh's stream. Like the amount of things that can get damaged, and that would spell absolute doom when they get damaged. Like for example, the longitudinal watch. If you have to have one, like the nav has one. That's probably it. I think they would have a main watch or main clock for the boat's time, and then one for Greenwich time to determine longitude. Like imagine that gets damaged during a depth charge attack. Or the star charts for astronomical fixes or anything. Like there's so much navigational equipment that could get destroyed, which would spell absolute doom. Like you have no idea where to hunt, you have no idea where you are, you would have to, you know, use the magnetic compass, which we have, by the way. There is one. It's right there in that little housing. That's where the magnetic compass sits. You can see there's the maintenance hatch on it as well. Oh, that's an actual 3D thing. That's not just a texture. That's cool. So in there would be the magnetic compass. But magnetic compasses, especially on a steel tube like this, would be very unreliable. So you really don't want to use it. You want to keep the gyro on. Definitely, you don't want to lose the gyro. Yeah, lots of things that could get damaged that could sink you just as easily as an actual hull breach. Because if you get lost at sea, food's gonna run out and then you just starve. It's also not as ideal as you want it to be. So yeah, there's a lot more things that you have to think about than just hull breaches and equipment damage. There's also, like, especially back then, the amount of paperwork that they had on board, like for decrypting of radio messages, the navigational stuff. There's so much paperwork back then that could get destroyed or damaged, or, well, if it's wet, that's not good. So there's so many more things that can get broken than is depicted in the game. Would be nice if we got more possible damages. And they keep reporting 160 meters because buoyancy is changing and they're having problems maintaining depth. Yeah. Yeah, which one is it actually? That's the Canary Islands. And that's Gibraltar, yeah.
175 Meter.
That's... Is it the Canaries? Hang on. That's the Canaries. Yeah, that's it. No, not Canaries, that's Cape Verde? Yeah, that's Cape Verde. Why is it Cape Verde? Moin, Ralfmach. Ja, sicher, immer mit Cam. Always Cam. I just didn't do it with Cam these last few months because I was already preparing my move and I had the moving boxes in the background and that looked very unpresentable, so I did not stream with Cam for a while. But right now, yeah, Cam's back. And Cam will stay back. Actually, I was gonna hang my shelves there for my Kobe models and all that. But then I realized that it's Sunday and I can get the police called on me if I drill holes in the wall on Sunday. So I'm gonna wait until tomorrow with that. So yeah. Darker tip? What do you mean? That is definitely Cape Verde. Boa Vista, the round one. Yeah, very, very odd. Well, I think we have lost them. Yeah, 1.3, that's fine. We're gonna wait until the pump is empty and then... Oh, the bilge is empty and then we're gonna go up to periscope depth. And have a little look-see. I need new decoys. That was the biggest problem there. We can repopulate the bow torpedo room. We can probably get off battle stations. That's gonna cause an autosave. No, it's not. Okay. Okay, fine. And... yeah, get rid of all your sailors, boys. You'll stay on the dive planes, that's for sure, and you'll stay on the engines for now. Then we can go back to their CO as our first-person character. The UI blocks the vision? What do you mean? Cape Verde is near Dakar. Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Where's Dakar, actually? Actually, I have no idea. Now that you mention it. It's right on that tip. Yeah, okay. In Senegal. Yeah. That's there. Yeah, that's that chart, definitely, for sure. Yeah, but those islands there, that's... Oh, it even says Cape Verde on the top. Cap Verde. That's German for Cape Verde, as you can imagine. And then that one, yeah, that's definitely Gibraltar. What does it say on that? Straße von Gibraltar. Maßstab 1 zu 50.000. 1 to 500,000 scale. And then they have that little clipboard there with the cross-section of the boat, which they always have in hand when they do the battle damage control. And we are dry. Come on, there we go. Off the pump, both engines slow speed ahead, bring us up to periscope depth. Oh, I've been raided. I didn't even notice. Thanks for the raid, man. Thank you. Thank you so much. So what's wrong with my lighting? That's horrible. At that point, if you speak German, check out Kerberos. He does Uboat streams as well, but in German. And he plays actually a lot more modded than I do. And yeah, many of the mods that he's playing with, I'm gonna use for my next playthrough as well. Turn that on. Keep us dry. That's gonna take a while until we're up there. Now where are those contacts? They are...
Yeah.
That groupie there, that's 254. Let's aim our scope at that. we're getting close to the surface now.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
There they still are. I still see them on the horizon. But I don't see any destroyer. At least not very close by. Yep, okay. In that case, lower the scope.
Ja.
Low ballast. And we're gonna head to our milk cow.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
Konvoi in Sichtung.
Of course.
245 Grad.
Both engines.
In Sichtung. Peilung 190 Grad.
We're gonna increase speed just to get away a little bit.
Aus. Auf Dieselmotor.
Now I doubt they'll turn around for us.
Lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin.
They will much rather try to stick with their convoy.
Wir sind aufgetaucht.
Come on, let me climb up. There we go. Enemy warships in 190. Let's see them. If we can see them. Nah. 228, 166. 164? Oh, hello. Yeah, but they're still rather far away. Yeah, we're gonna escape on the surface because we're a lot quicker up here
Ihre Befehle, Herr
than we
Kaloin.
would ever be down there. Normal lighting. We're not gonna send a radio report just yet, though. That spells doom. Yeah, I need to work on my lighting here. That's horrible. But we will. Yeah. Yeah, Villa, that for the noise, yeah. On Sunday is a day of rest. Therefore, if you do noise pollution, you can get the police called on. Actually, it would be the Department of Order, which is the most German thing in the world. But since they are state workers, they don't work on Sunday, so the police steps in for them on Sundays. Yeah. Alright, let's get away. Once those radar beams stop. That's a very cool shot here with the hull being out of the water.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Do we still hear beeping? No beeping. Lovely. In that case, get on the radio, please.
Raum besetzen.
And send that report. And we're also going to slow down a little bit. And Mr. Mai, please turn on the electric compressor. Very nice.
Funktelegramm gesendet.
And then we're back to regular standard duty. And we've been at sea for 15 days. So we're going to do another 15 before we return home. So I think we're just going to do the big old milk cow. The milk cow tour. Get more new torpedoes. New equipment. Ooh!
Peilung 295 Grad.
Okay, that's a fleet. That's not a air raid. We're gonna keep a lookout on that bearing. Yeah, there's smoke columns. Going the other way. Don't think that's an issue. Did Lampulla lose his man? Yes, he did. So that must be Schwarz. Yeah, he's got what is his issue? tuberculosis. Yeah, oh, he's a specialist too. That's annoying. Seasoned specialized sea wolf that just got tuberculosis. Well, at least we've got a specialist in the same specialization on shore. Max Fischer, we're gonna use him. That's that. That seems like the most German thing ever. It is. It absolutely is. On Sundays you can't even you can't do anything here. Who's complaining? Oh, the hydrophone man. Why are you so tired? Also, why do we have the sound bug again? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And it's gone. Nice. You should have some coffee, sir. What time is it? Oh, you get relieved in 5 minutes. Okay, never mind. Don't worry about coffee. You don't drink coffee 5 minutes before you go to sleep. That's just dumb. See, there you go. Now you get some rest. So 1 minute after watch change, Reinecke, go on the radio. We need resupply. Which one? Do you mean Schwarz? Or this one? Yeah, I don't know. That seems like a bug. I don't know why the time is given to me in seconds, and I also don't know why those seconds equate to 50 years. I don't know. I think that's a bug. He should be tuberculosis, and we never get him back. Yeah, I only have 2 guys on tuberculosis. That's actually a good quota. And one of our officers. That was really annoying. A level 5 officer on the radio, man. He's unfortunately out of the game. Right, what's the word? The bird is the word, I know. U463 at 39 degrees and 53 minutes north and 30 degrees 34 minutes west. Supply ship is available. That is right there. Because I still have those on map for some reason. And oh, that looks like rocky weather. Perfect for resupplies. Oh, that looks like ghastly weather. Oh, well, at least the sea is calm. Kind of. That's okay. Well, that's the thing with, like, a thing like a cold or anything. You can't really do anything to prevent it, even nowadays. We have, well, nowadays we have a system where the ship is completely isolated from the outside air, because if you get hit with, like, chemical agents or anything, you don't want them to get in, obviously. So you've got like chemical agent filters, and you get a very, very small amount of external air coming in. And the air inside the ship is just recycled and recirculated so that it lasts a long time. So when one of the crew gets a cold, pretty much everyone has it the next day. That's a bit of a downside. But with things like tuberculosis that gets transmitted via blood and saliva, you'd have to isolate them. So I'm guessing historically they probably would put a stretcher or a field bed or something in like the most isolated room, which would probably be the electric engine room. They'd probably put a stretcher in here to keep them isolated from the crew. Other than that, there's not really much you can do. You have to limit contact and hope that you don't get it as well. Tuberculosis is an absolute horror disease, man. Like, we can be really, really glad that that's no longer an issue. So right now he's here in the pity officer's quarters. And yeah, just be extra careful. Wash your hands after every contact. Every time you bring him food and whatnot, just wash your hand. wash your hands 75,000 times and maybe put a mask on or something, like, so that you don't accidentally get when he coughs, that you don't get anything in your mouth or in your eyes. Or a disease. Oh, there it is. Jesus.
Äußerste Kraft zurück.
That took me by surprise.
Alle Maschinen stopp.
Who are you sneaking up on? Right, we need supplies. I'll send a delegation, just anyone really. Engler, why not? Just go. It's horrible weather for resupply. Do we have survivors? No. No. See the cargo. Yes, we would like some fresh bread, please. We'd also like... Well, that's it, really. Fuel, for sure. Torpedoes. I would like a T5. I would also like a T1. I would also like another T1. And I would also like the D3. Thank you very much. And we're gonna put that T5 in the stern tube. And then we're just gonna leave them standing on the aft deck of that milk cow for 6 hours in the rain. And then we're gonna check whether or not we can get a new torpedo. Yes, we can. Okay. First of all, we're gonna load that. Get a man and load that in the stern tube. You can see him with his name tag over there. That's brilliant. Still standing in the rain, just debating on what is to be loaded in the boat. Thank you. And on the bow... Yeah, I hate it. I hate that you automatically load them, even though you're told not to. Okay. Get that out. Stop messing with my loadout. Yeah, take all of them out. Now we have 2 T1s. No, we have 1 T1 with no special pattern. Can we get another one of those? No, but we can. Oh yes, we can get one with the bad pistol. Probably a shout though. Yeah, just move that real quick. Takes an hour. Yeah, sure. And then let me guess, you've already stuffed my tubes full of nonsense. No, you haven't. Okay, cool. Richard, put in the T1 in tube 4, the bad one.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Wird erledigt, Herr Kaloy.
Rohr 4 geladen.
And put in the other one in tube 1. Usually I'd like to have some search patterns on there, but, you know, beggars can't be choosers at this point.
Rohr 1 geladen.
Brilliant. I put in a T3 with the LUT pattern. Yeah, sure. And then the question is we can get another T5.
Rohr 2 geladen.
Oops, sorry about that. No, that, oh, jeez. There's the button. There we go. See the cargo top. Yes, we can. Nice. And another T1 FAT and another T2 because that's the only thing they have. That's fine. Please load that. Obviously they put in the wrong one. We're gonna get that out.
Rohr 3 entladen.
Thank you. And we're gonna put in the T5 in tube 3.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
And then we're gonna check once more if we can get another load of torpedoes, but probably not.
Rohr 3 geladen.
No, that's all they had. That's okay. Deck gun ammunition, that's fine. Food is fine. We can't get any of that. Yep, okay. Return to ship. So we have bad electric torpedoes as a reserve for Tube 2. We have some T1s for Tube 1 and 4. These ones are the lowest prio, and then these ones. Both of those are FAT. That's actually pretty cool. And then these ones are, this one is an FAT, and then this one is without any pattern. So actually, yes. Okay, what we're gonna do is we're gonna get that one out.
Rohr 2 entladen.
And replace it with the patternless one.
Rohr 2 geladen.
And then I actually don't think, well, nah. Yeah, I kind of want to get rid of these. So yeah, we're gonna go to another milk cow. Why not? Both engines dead slow ahead. Get away from that. Well, at least stop raining. And there's that. Okay, and we're gonna head... Where's the next one? Right there. We're gonna head to the major quadrant of Charlie Delta 3. And we're gonna get some decoys. Jesus Christ, Colin, you're right. Thank you. Both engines stop. If they have them. I did not see them. Actually, we do have...
Herr Kapitän.
Are we all equipped? No. Limekühler needs some spare parts. And then once he's got those spare parts, he can make a new spare part out of scrap metal that he collected. And then that would mean that there's a inventory slot free here. And then with that, we can load decoys. And another spare part. And they do indeed not have decoys. So we're definitely going for another supply ship. 40 seconds, that's fine. Both engines slow speed ahead. Second milk cow, here we come. Thanks for the reminder though. I almost forgot. Well, no, I did not almost forget. I forgot. And we're in the quadrant. Okay. Oh, look at that. That is lovely. 27th of July, right in the summer sun. In longitudes, in latitudes that are a bit further south than Germany, so that would be lovely weather. 10 knots of wind. Ah, gorgeous. Now, in weather like this, you absolutely do want to be a deck watchman. All the rest of the crew is down there in that stinky tube. These guys get a nice warm Atlantic breeze. Now request resupply.
Funkspruch erhalten.
U459er rendezvous coordinates are 42 degrees and 30 minutes north and 036 degrees and 23 minutes west. Supply ship will wait there for 1 day. And that's up there. And now here's the thing I wanted to show you guys. The Portlet Speed Time Distance Calculator. A lovely piece of kit. Actually, can you guys... Hang on. We probably aim that a little bit like that. Still, that light is annoying. Right, this thing. Portlet Speed Time Distance Calculator. You can see there's a lot of numbers on that. Can that focus? Not quite. So we see that we've got a distance of 80 miles that we have to travel right here. And we're traveling at 8 knots. Well, that's too easy. That's too easy. Let's wait until the values are a little bit different. There we go. 15 miles and, well, 13 knots, and we have to go 80 miles. So I'll take this thing. It's basically, you can slide this around. And I set it to my speed, which is 14 miles. Says here on the bottom, set speed to arrow. So we do that. 13. And then I look at, in the middle here, I look for the number 80, which is right here. And it'll tell me that that will take 5.5 hours to get there. So 1623. That means at that speed, we should be arriving pretty much at midnight. Well, 1 minus, yeah, 4. No, hang on, math. I'm bad at math. That's why I'm always using the calculator. 5.5 hours, so 1.5 hour is 17, and then another 5 is 20, 22. We should be arriving at 10 p.m. Obviously, I'm not going to go that speed because actually we get new fuel there anyway. Might as well do it. So 10 p.m. Let's see how true that holds. And it is 10 p.m. and we are 6 miles out. Yeah, that's fine. So yeah, the very cool little tool. So you set your speed on that arrow, and I always had that in my uniform pocket. And when I was bridge officer of the watch, I would just put that on the speed that I'm going, on right next to the bridge window, and then whenever there was a situation like we have to help a sailor who broke a mast or something like that, that thing is this and that far away, 150 miles away. I knew, okay, we're going 8 knots. It's 150 miles away, 19 hours. Or, you know, in that case, you would increase speed, obviously. Let's say there's a sailor who broke his mast and we can go 25 knots for a long duration of time. He's 150 miles away. That would take us 6 hours. So you don't have to do the math in your head. You just have this little slide ruler here that'll tell you exactly how long it takes on any speed that you can reasonably go. Very cool little tool. Wouldn't miss it. Yeah, so 2201. And we have just spotted the submarine, so that was pretty much bang on. And it's still bright outside. Nice, at 10 p.m. There it is, I see it. 10 degrees to port, please. And 90 degrees to starboard. And both engines stop. There we are. Brought us nicely alongside. I'm sure the deck service guys could throw a line over, couldn't they? Surely they could. Let's send over a delegation. I think there's no point in sending the merchant. The prices don't change, I think. When this officer personally visits a warehouse in port or is part of a delegation or supply ship, he gets 25% lower prices for goods. So yeah, we're gonna send him. Decoys cost 2,000, I think. $1,000. Okay, 5 of them, please. Okay, torpedoes we're gonna do last. First of all, let's check the galley. There's some preserved pork. Also vegetables. Also bread. 11, please. And also sausages. What can we get here? We can get preserved pork, nice. We can also get bread, and that's pretty much it. Can we clear a space? So we can't get sausages, so we're gonna store those. We can't... Let's do it like that, so we get more pork, and then we're also gonna... Yeah, just gonna use sausages. Why not? Never mind. And then... Load up... No, you don't. Load up the bread and pork here. That's lovely. And then torpedoes. Right, a T1 LUT. That's a guaranteed sale. I'll take that. A T3 with an FAT pattern. I'll take that. And I'll happily swap out a T2 for a T3. And, I mean, it's free, so I might as well take it for the stern tube. Why not? Okay. Illumination rounds. Don't really need those. I don't want to be seen, to be honest. Items. Coffee, sure. And I think that's it. And, yeah, thank you. We're gonna wait 8 hours until the resupply is done. And actually, we're gonna just send a delegation over again in hopes that we get some better torpedoes, but we don't know. Not sure. Who knows? We'll see. Probably not. If they have a T5 for the stern tube, that would be pretty good. Torpedoes. And they don't. It's fine. But they do have a T1 LUT. I'm gonna take that. And a T1 FAT. T3, 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 T3. T1, T1. Yeah, that's pretty good. Nah. Yes, take it. Why not? Why wouldn't we? Return to ship. If we can get rid of those old pistols, then we should. Because they are very, very unreliable. Okay. 10 AM. Resupply has been completed, and that is lovely weather. Look at that. 8 knots of wind. Very calm sea. 28th of July. Beautiful. Right. Where shall we head? The Black Pit was that big old grid square, which is apparently no longer a thing, but we can still use it. Let's just head for Bravo Delta 2 and patrol in that for a while. 19 days at sea. I want to do at least another 11 before we return home. Is fatigue setting in? Nope. Both engines low speed ahead. What's the fuel situation? 100%. So we did refuel as well. Very, very nice. Hey Josh, didn't see your chat message. Sorry about that. Do some resupply U-boats have any way of actually defending themselves? Yes, they do. They have torpedo tubes as well as we do, I think. They do not. No, they do not. Oh yeah, because of the big bulbous tanks. They are basically just, yeah. Do they have a stern tube, I wonder? Probably not. Nah. But they do have a big old anti-aircraft gun. Well, 2 anti-aircraft guns. They do have the 20mm anti-aircraft gun. And then a third one on the top deck, because they didn't bother putting the deck gun on that, because why would they? They're not assault submarines, they are just there to defend themselves. So they have 3 AA guns. But their main modus operandi is obviously just to remain below the surface as long as they can, whenever they can. When they get attacked, crash dive, get the boat down. That's the main idea behind that thing. They're actually an interior model? No. Oh, okay. Oh, the anchor. Okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah, they have an anchor. Oh, that's a patent anchor. Nice. Yeah, they can defend themselves, yes, but they usually the usual idea is to get them to dive. Very, very big, bulky, very, very slow moving, and most of them, like when they cracked the Enigma, most of the milk cows got found by sheer accident, very, very quickly. You know, the Allies operated on this idea that if they just suddenly attack every secret thing that the Germans had, that the Germans would wise up to the fact that their Enigma had been cracked. So they didn't act on every piece of intel that they had. But on the milk cows were super high priority. They immediately hunted all of them down. They got sunk like in about half a year. All of the milk cows were pretty much gone. And by the time of the war that we are now, and on the 28th of July 1944, I historically should not have a single milk cow remaining. And I think I only lost one, and that was the one that I sent to Bravo Delta 2. That got sunk because that's pretty much on a main Allied shipping lane. I did move the one that I had by the Bahamas. I moved that out of the way. Yeah, but I should not have a single one. They should all have been hunted down already, but the game does not simulate that. In this game, when you only lose your milk cows if you don't place them smart. Actually, quite a lot of things happening in chat. I'm happy about that. Very happy. Nice to have all of you guys in. Really, really glad. Alright. Why? Oh, he's stuck as well. Christ, can someone get him? Yes. Oh, thank God. I thought we were losing Rossmann here for a second. You're not on battle stations. Why have you overworked yourself? Silly man. But he's alright. Okay, Norbert, can you get another... Nope, we don't have any. I do want to get those decoys in my inventory, though. About the boat. Re-engage the noise lock. Very important. These guys actually need some sleep every now and then. And in the bow as well. Can't imagine I want to hear what these guys are talking about. Right. And we have arrived, so I might as well slow down and remain vigilant for at least another 9 days. What is the time? The time is 3:45. I can stream a little bit longer, no problem. Let's do a dive. Little hydrophone check here. Bring us down to 50. There we go. Actually, I want to test something out. I did find that out on when I did the mod testing. I used a mod for realistic hydrophone range because there is absolutely no way in hell that they had a hydrophone range of 50 miles in this weather. But I did find out that if you go on battle stations and you put all your officers, all your leadership officers on command, the hydrophone range increases as well. So we're gonna do that right now. And we're gonna set all of you guys, well, first of all, you go to your radio room, you go to your listening room, and you three all go on command duty. And then even in this shitty weather, and we stop the engines as well, even in this shitty weather, we get a hydrophone range of 76 miles. That's crazy, and it's increasing as well because the weather's getting better. Isn't that lucky? Let's see how much we can get. No watch change. We're on battle stations, guys.
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Ja, Herr Kaloin, ich kümmere mich darum.
Very much appreciated. Still getting better. There we go, that's maximum. That's probably... Have we got good weather up there? Let's have a look. Yeah, okay. So that's gonna be maximum range, because you can't get any more leadership characters. You can only have 3 in the
45
CIC.
Meter.
That's a hydrophone range of 122 miles. Look at that. 121, okay. That's insane. Like, that's... If I place myself in the center of one of those grid squares, I can monitor the entire grid square with that. That's just silly. That is absolutely silly. Okay, both engines. Slow speed ahead.
Fahrt voraus.
Cancel battle stations.
Alarm beenden.
You get one of your guys.
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
You've got your guy.
Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum.
Still a massive range though. Even on normal. 60 miles. Crazy. What in the G11 Faith Magic is that shit? Yep. Yeah. So next playthrough, we're not gonna have any of that. We're gonna have realistic hydrophone range, and we're gonna notice that the amount of ships that we sink is going to drastically decrease. Like I said, I did a little bit of a test run. I did manage to do Scapa Flow, obviously. The Atlantic Theater Operation Tonnage War was already very hard, because I had to do that on well, what's it called? On the Type 2. Barely got it. Look at that. We did we get 8 times as much as we needed? 8 times. Fucking hell. Okay. Happy times also. Yeah, we over exceeded that a little bit. So with the decreased hydrophone range and all that was a lot harder. So next playthrough, I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to, well, and we're gonna do it once the Type 9 DLC drops, and then we're gonna have a lovely little look at how that's going. I do hope. Oh, damn it! I do hope that we don't have to like go through all the Type 7s before we get to Type 9, because that would be dumb. I hope we can go from the Type 2 immediately to the Type 9. So I'm gonna have to have a little look at how they actually plan on doing that. But we'll all see when the DLC drops, which hopefully is very soon. Hopefully. Right, yeah, it's getting bad. Low ballast.
Anblasen.
Aktuelle Tiefe 25 Meter.
Poof, there we are.
Motoren wechseln.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind
And
aufgetaucht.
turn on the compressor.
Kaloin.
Elektrokompressor einschalten.
No small columns, no smoke columns on the horizon. None whatsoever. Very, very sad. Guess who just had a freshly brewed cup of coffee? Oh. Not me. That's who. I'm guessing it's you, and I'm very, very jealous now. But I can't get more coffee, man. I can't drink. I had an entire can of coffee. If I get another one, then I'm just gonna be jittering.
Etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Oh right, Limekühler lost his man. Never mind. Yeah, I need a new crew, man. That's more
Wir
important.
sind aufgetaucht.
Also, it's probably very, very irresponsible to leave my crew out here for another 15 days with a tuberculosis patient on board. Probably should have returned long ago. And we have a crew event. What's it? Oh, Angler's got something on the what's it called? The galley. A layer of mold growing across the sausages. Well, that is not good. With meat, you can't scrape off. You will lose 94 units of sausages. I guess we will. But that means we have another inventory slot available. Also, there's good and the bad, you know. And we can, I mean, three different units of food is probably enough. Considering we don't have any fatigue yet, is gonna be fine. We're just gonna stay on 3 for the time being. Yeah, and thankfully, because we've got that very, very good watch system, we've only had -1 from too much work. So that's fine. Just another 8 days and then we're gonna return home. I hopefully that base is still available by then. I have a feeling all of this is gonna come crashing down rather quickly now. They did focus on holding this Atlantic coast very, very fiercely. You can, if you look at maps from 1944, you'll see something like that, where they've already captured all of this, but the Atlantic coast is still held by the Axis powers because they really, really did not want to lose the Atlantic ports. They really, really did not want to lose those. Because they kept fighting the battle in the Atlantic. Because they knew if the situation on land is already bad, but if Allied supply shipping is coming through unmolested, it's only gonna get worse for our troops on land. So we really have to hold these ports, and we have to keep the supply lines running to those ports as long as possible. And then once they fell, the entire Western Front basically collapsed. Because, you know, obviously it's a correct estimation. Like, once the supply lines were absolutely unmolested here, that was the end. Oh, right, my little radar, my little aircraft cover ranges are all out of alignment because we reloaded a save. There we go. Now we can actually see the North Atlantic air gap in here. Still intact because the game doesn't really portray the closing of the air gap correctly. There's not really any aircraft carriers doing any good sort of air cover. You'll just occasionally find one spawning in a convoy. Like, as you notice, we are completely unmolested by enemy aircraft. Which we shouldn't be. There should be like carrier strike groups, small ones with like these little bow class aircraft carriers with like 4 destroyers around them. They should absolutely be a thing. They are not. Not yet. I have faith in the devs. And I jinxed that. Nice. Yeah, I know how this works. I just have to say it's very unfortunate that that is not a part of the game yet, and then the game was like, aha, I will prove him wrong. 252, what do we have? Fast attack craft? What the Iceland? What are you doing out here? You shouldn't be here, little boat. You absolutely shouldn't be here. And what's even funnier is that on the save that I tested the mods on, I ran into the exact same thing yesterday. An Icelandic fast attack boat in the middle of the Atlantic. How big are the chances of that bug happening twice? That's funny. That's really funny. Why are you here? What even caused that? That's so weird. I have no idea. Like, I'm really perplexed. Like I said, this happened to me yesterday as well. On a different save, with a different career, vastly different mod loadout. I don't know. Is that like hard coded? Did the devs like do a little joke? Put a little Icelandic torpedo boat in the North Atlantic just for you to run into? Maybe I was in the same square. Who knows? I don't know. Maybe that's a joke. Bye. Have a safe trip. I mean, the weather's nice, so you don't have to worry about that. Right, and that, gentlemen, is 30 days at sea. So from now on, the fatigue will start to hit. Yep, there we go. And I think that's a long enough patrol. We should probably head back. Get in that air gap there. and then head back to La Rochelle. We still have plenty of fuel, so we might as well increase speed a little bit. Although we could... actually, I'm gonna keep the speed low, and then once we go into the air cover, then we're gonna increase speed. So, 1,362 miles. I think I need the long. Yeah, oh no, actually. That's still on here. What's the speed? Not 9 knots, surely. $11, 12. Let's go with 11. So 11 knots, and we are going. Oh no, actually, I do need the long one. I can set it to 5. No, I can't. 1,300. So that's going to be more than 4 days. Good enough. I don't need to know my estimated time of arrival up to the minute when it's more than 4 days away. And whilst we're in Allied aircraft cover, oh, not in that weather, never mind. Forget I said anything. What about now? That's better. Extend the snorkel, please.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloy? Schnorchel ausfahren.
What's the time now? It is 700 miles, and we're still going 11 knots. 700 miles, that will be 60 hours. So still 2 days and a bit more. Aha! That will be an aircraft.
Alarm! Aufgefechtsstation!
Bleibt ruhig und konzentriert.
Auf maximal sichern das.
Rush dive. Sail up to it and say hi. No, we're not gonna do that. They tend to be hostile towards us. That's probably a good idea to maybe stay away from them a little bit. And down we go.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln. Halbe Fahrt voraus.
And I suppose that means the rest of the trip we will sail submerged.
25 Meter. 200 Meter.
It's just 200 meters, calm down. The boat can absolutely take that. Yeah, I think we've been submerged for long enough. Bring us up to 30.
Auf 35 Meter. Aktuelle Tiefe.
And
35
20.
Meter. 20 Meter.
And periscope depth.
Rohrtiefe. 15 Meter. Langsame Fahrt voraus.
And slow speed. And we're gonna snorkel the rest of the way. That's gonna take a while. So now we're down to 8 knots. Neglected interior. Oh, we're on battle stations. Hell. Sorry. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Didn't mean to. So, 8 knots on pretty much 500 miles. Pretty much 60 hours. So that's gonna take at least, well, a bit more than 2 days. Oh, it's gonna be a long trip. Fatigue is gonna hit. Yeah, there we go. -5 already. At that point, we probably want to increase the quality of the rations, especially since that just happened. And we do still have vegetables. but we can also add some exotic fruits, and that way we get a... Yep, we get a discipline boost there. Berry dishes plus 12, that's pretty good. It's pretty damn good. Gonna last us a while. I wish I could do maximum time compression, but unfortunately whilst submerged we can't do that. It's not a problem though. Oh, and the weather is not snorkel friendly anymore. Should be though. Not that much swell. Actually, nah. Okay. Bring us down to 50 then.
50 Meter. Auf E-Motor.
Switch over to electric engines.
Aktuelle Tiefe.
Do that for a while.
50 Meter.
And there we go. Hydrophone range increases. That means we can get back up.
Auf Seerohrtiefe.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe.
Yep.
Rundblick ein.
Very good. Happily snorkeling along. Discipline still rising. Batteries recharged. Air quality ideal. And we still have enough fuel to make it, well, quite a while. 4,600 miles, that's pretty damn good. Preferably without mold, yeah, although to be fair, we've carried that fruit around with us for more than a month. There should not be any... I don't think they should still be edible, but they are. The game doesn't have a mold mechanic yet, so... Well, it does have one, but only as a random encounter, random event.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
It would be cool to have a mechanic for, like, food spoilage. But you can't take fresh food with you for a long time, and that you have to eat it up in the beginning of the voyage. And then later you have to rely on canned food, and then that's also bad for morale. Or rather, the canned food doesn't do anything for morale, just the fresh food increases morale. So you have, at the beginning of the voyage, you have a very, very motivated crew, and then that motivation really, really sinks down the longer you stay out. That would be cool. Again, this game still has so much potential with all these different things. And if we think back on the sub-sims that we all grew up loving, like Silent Hunter, you have to admit, Silent Hunter didn't have a food mechanic at all. So we're already very, very spoiled with the quality that this game has. And once again, the weather is snorkel unfriendly.
355 Grad. Schraubengeräusch. Peilung
Tauchen auf
355
And
Grad.
I think we are happy again.
E-Motoren wechseln. Auf Seerohrtiefe.
That looks good.
Geräusch. Peilung 335
Now we're just
Grad.
continuously
Schraubengeräusch.
detecting those French fishermen.
340 Grad.
Right.
Kurs setzen.
Now. Let's wait for loading to finish.
Schraubengeräusch. Peilung 215 Grad. Schraubengeräusch. Peilung 215 Grad.
There we go. Both engines dead slow.
Voraus.
Let's wait for the speed to drop below 6 knots, because at that point we can extend the periscope.
Schraubengeräusch. Peilung
Upscope.
20 Grad.
And there is La Rochelle. Safe and sound at home again. There's the lighthouse off the cliff. And then there's La Rochelle over there. We do not seem to spot any contrails. Hopefully we are indeed safe. So,
Wie lauten Ihre
Down scope, below ballast.
Aktuelle
Do I have a
Tiefe
sailor on that? No, I
5
don't.
Meter.
An officer has to do it. Oh, okay. I don't want an officer on that. Stop wait on that. Tasks for the crew? Yes. We'll absolutely put one there. That you now?
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Mr. Schulz? Yes, excellent. Right, surfaced. Turn on the electric compressor.
Kompressor einschalten.
And both engines ahead half speed. Fishing mod. Yeah, every video game needs a fishing mini game, that's for sure. Like turn the submarine into a fishing trawler. That would be fun. Hey, historical, but fun. Yep, and I think we can retract the snorkel.
Ja.
Mr. Hoffmann.
Schnorchel einfahren.
There we go.
Herr Kaloi, wir befinden uns in flachen Gewässern.
And we are home. Now let's see if we can stay unmolested while we are in port. There's the lighthouses, one there, one there. We want to go in between those.
Diese Koordinaten setzen. Kurs setzen.
Also, let's see if we get the double sub bug again. I hope not. That seems like the middle between high tide and low tide that we've arrived at this moment. Yeah, well, maybe even high tide.
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
Let's head to the bridge. CO should definitely be on the bridge. The flag, I love that mechanic. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna use a flag mod for the next playthrough though, because this flag is a bit dumb. I did play around with a few mods. Some of them, unfortunately, I can't use because of certain forbidden symbols in my country. But there's one that I found that I quite like. Ah, Jesus Christ. Both engines stop! Both engines, slow speed astern.
Langsame Fahrt zurück.
Rudder, midships.
Oder mittschiffs. Rudergänger. 10 Grad. Backbord.
Yeah, there we go.
Alle
Both
Maschinen.
engines stop.
Stopp.
And the
Oder
midships.
mittschiffs.
Both engines slow speed ahead. Also, I found a mod that lets you retract that antenna. And I'm definitely gonna use that. Because what is this bridge view? Jesus Christ, like I can't pilot like that. Horrible. Putting stuff in front of my
Oder
face.
hart Backbord.
To port. Come up to 10.
Oder 10 Grad. Backbord. Oder hart
Maybe not.
Backbord.
Now come up to 10.
Oder 10 Grad. Backbord.
And the
Oder
midships.
mittschiffs. Oder mittschiffs.
At 075,
Oder
that's good.
Mittschiffs. Kleine Fahrt, voraus.
And that's slow. I love that you can see the amount of water change here because the water clips through the locks. Almost high tide as we arrived. Oh, that would be cool. That would be really cool. Yeah, sign me up for that.
Oder
Starboard 5.
5 Grad. Steuerbord.
I'll take this box.
Oder
Midships.
Mittschiffs.
Let's see it. Yeah. It's less than a degree. I'm gonna do the rest manually. That works. So, that's another successful patrol. We did get a few hits in there, I think. Just 2 ships on today's stream, and I think we already had a few hits earlier. So, at least we're doing well. 11 knots. Where are we going 11 knots? Jesus Christ.
Kleine Fahrt, voraus.
That's slow. I remember giving the order for that slow. Way too fast in here. I can't go speeding through a port like that. Actually, is the box even free? Well, that one is, yeah. That is so dumb. The fact that they mounted this antenna right in front of the UZO is just so ridiculous, and I don't think they actually did. I think they mounted them rather here or here. Like there's a perfect little nook that you could attach that. Why the hell does that have to be in front of my UZO? How dare you put things into the CO's vision? Starboard 5.
Oder 5 Grad. Steuerbord.
I use it in sim racing. The program is called Crew Chief. You request lap times from racing. Oh, that is cool. That is really cool. Oh, in Destroyer it would be cool as well. Like, that would absolutely make the game a lot harder with
Oder
that
Mittschiffs.
much amount of talking that's going on in that game. And that is realistic. Like, CIC noise level just from commands and reports and all that is very, very high. Like I don't know if I'm allowed to say the exact word, but there is a procedure where because there's so much reporting going back and forth between operators, that there's a report that if something super important is going on, like an incoming missile, there's a word that you shout before you make your report so that everybody else shuts up. Because there's so much going on that you sometimes just need to call action to the fact that you have a report that's more important than anybody else's. There's a lot of talking going on in SCIC, a lot of information being exchanged at all times, especially during combat. In normal day-to-day, not so much. No, actually, that looks good. Oh, yeah, I can step up here. I remember that. That's a little step for me. Yes, port 2.
Oder Mittschiffs.
Hey, order the rudder to be 2 degrees to port. He still says midships because that's such a small rudder angle. And the midships.
Oder Mittschiffs.
And both engines stop. And now we throw the lines over and we do the rest with the lines. There. Gorgeous.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Norbert Schwarz was taken to a sanatorium. Yes, that is the last we have seen of him. He is gone for the rest of the war. But that also means that we can get Mr. Where is it? Where is he? Mr. Max Fischer. And Max Fischer will join Hubert Leimkühler's team. Max Fischer. There we go. That is the crew already taken care of. And then we can... There he is. Welcome back aboard, sir. And then we can have a look at our mission report. Signal 100 candidate. I don't know what that means, but I'm sure I'm assuming that is the appropriate. That's probably from the racing world, right? That would probably be the appropriate comparison then. Also, that's something that they need to fix. The boat is ridiculously high in the water in the pens. That's the word. The pens.
Der PDU ist von Ihrer letzten Unternehmung sehr beeindruckt. Solide Arbeit, Herr Kommandant.
Thank you. The U-boat front clasp in gold. Look how shiny that is. Jesus Christ, blinding us. An exclusive decoration for U-boat officers and crew members. It recognizes continued valor in combat. It's awarded for crew members who participated in 40 war patrols. These poor boys. I want to know how many people ever received that. It cannot be many. Repaired critical leak in control. Oh, we did have a critical leak in this mission. I can't remember, so it was not today. Because when we died, that obviously doesn't count. Saved the life of Manfred Schlag, saved the life of Wolfgang Bruckmeier. So there was wounded and a leak on this mission. Okay. Carried wounded Norbert Schwarz to safety, saved the life of Eberhard Rossmann, 3 wounded. He got his Iron Claws first class, Alfred Engler, our watch officer, one of our watch officers. And he determined torpedo solutions that way. That's why he got that. Very nice. To be frank, they would have died. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And he's got his Knight's Cross, Bernhard Scholz. Nice. Yeah, once I figured out that I have to put fantasy values into the thing, they actually are getting some points. For most of the campaign, I just shot manually, and then the game did not know who actually did the calculations because I did them manually. So it did not know who to avoid the points to, but now we have it. Determined torpedo course, determined shot down Vickers Wellington. Yeah, we did shoot down a lot of planes. I remember. At the start of this voyage, we did go to the Normandy beaches to see if there's any Allied activity there, and there is not. There should be 2 impromptu harbors there, and lots of shipping, and there's just nothing there. Very, very sad, but I kind of expected that. And we did go on the surface and just shot down every plane, and that was good fun. And Mr. Scholz actually got a lot of kills because he's an absolute ace with the anti-air guns. Also, this boat does have a lot of anti-air power. What's the word? Ooh, so close to the highest decoration. I think that's the highest. Knight's Cross with oak leaves, cross swords, and diamonds. Yeah, I think that's the highest one. And I think only one of them or 2 of them were ever awarded IRL. And I think one of them died. And the other recipient came back from imprisonment. Like, none of the Navy guys got them, I think. It was an army officer. And he came back from being imprisoned in Russia in like 1952 or something. And only to find out that his wife had pawned it off. I have seen people get killed for less. Okay, yeah, we did 1,000 tons. We on that one convoy attack, we sank more tonnage than some commanding officers sank in their entire career. So that was pretty good. And we re-engaged that again for another 90,000 tons. Crazy. And then we attacked another convoy for 35,000 tons. That's a crazy patrol. Look at that. Yeah, that's what you get when you stay out for 30 days. And not just go out, do the mission objective, and go back. Especially since if you have one of those tonnage objectives, like these one or this one. Jesus, that's a good objective. As long as you stay in the allotted time, in the allotted squares, like AK, AL, BD, and BE, every ship that you sink in that counts towards the tonnage, even if you don't have a mission for it. So staying out longer than you need to absolutely is rewarding. Like, you lose a lot of time on the way back back and forth. So I would absolutely recommend that you do that. So our crew has a lot of fatigue, -6, so we do need them to be on vacation for a while. But we also need to check our torpedo loadout. So, refuel. Fuel's gotten expensive. Jesus Christ, 8 per ton. Holy cow. Okay. Yes. The sausages, please don't give me moldy ones again. We can get vegetables, just not that many. Munition is still good, I think. Yep. Torpedoes. Now, here we have them. Have to have a look. That one needs to go. That one also needs to go. I would like to have a T1 LUT on the starboard side. The T3 for single ships, yes. Starboard side for the convoys, and the T5 for warships. Same goes for here. We need another T5. If we can get one, we can. So stern tube is exclusively for T5s. And we've got one reserve of those. If I can get some T1 LUTs, I'm gonna take them. I can replace the T1 FAT with an LUT. That's probably a good shout. And another one. And apart from that, that's all right. So we're gonna keep the rest like it is. Can't get bread. For some reason we can't get fresh bread in port. I don't know why, but I guess this port just doesn't have a bakery. That's alright. I don't think I can do any more upgrades. Oh, the anti-radar coated snorkel. Yeah, I wanted to do that in like late 44. What date do we have? 16th of August. Yeah, probably like in October or something I'm gonna get the anti-radar coated snorkel. So we're off duty for 16 hours. Yeah, we're gonna send the crew on shore leave. And we're gonna go to the French chateau. As long as that's still available. And yeah, let's go. Yeah, okay. The T5 is the very last torpedo. Essentially, the German, well, obviously we have T1, T2, T3, T4, T5, but the T2, for example, was phased out already. The T3 is still in service. The T4, I think, never reached mass production, and the T5 is the final one. So the T1, the first torpedo that we ever had, is the G7A torpedo. That is, and then that other stuff right next to it, PI3 FAT. That's just the pistol and the search pattern that it uses. But the torpedo itself is still the T1, which is the steam power torpedo. That thing has a modular, or not modular, but it has a variable engine. Variable propeller speed setting, so you can set it to run at, I think, 24 knots, 30 knots, and no, hang on. Let's not guess around, let's just have a look. Oh, they're just coming back from holiday. Yeah, for sure. So you can, the T1 you can set to different speeds, which is the main advantage of that, and on the lowest speed setting it has an absolutely insane range of 12.4 kilometers or something like that. So if you just want to shoot it into a convoy and let it run for as long as possible, use the lowest speed setting, and then let that run its course. The T2 is the first electric torpedo, so it's basically the same torpedo, same warhead and all that, all the same. Just the engine is different, it runs on battery power, which has the advantage that the enemy cannot see the bubbles on the surface, because it's not like a steam engine, it uses compressed air, I think, or compressed steam to propel the little... Oh, actually, does it use a steam engine? I wonder. I'm gonna have to do a little bit of research on that. But the T2 torpedo does not leave a bubble trail on the surface, so it's better if you are attacking during daytime, because well, at night they can't really see the bubble trail, but during daytime they absolutely can. And then they're going to do evasive maneuvers and all that, and that's the thing. So you can set it to 30, 40, and 44. There we go. 30 is the slowest, 40 is the medium setting, and 44 is the top speed. And then there's also a third torpedo, but we're gonna get to that. So the T2 can go at the T2 is electric, and therefore it can only go at 1 speed. That's one of the downsides. It has a lower range, and it can only go 30 knots, so it's a bit inferior to the T1. But the advantage that the bubble trail is not visible is massive. I think the American torpedoes, I think they took a very, very long time before they developed torpedoes that didn't have a bubble trail. Then the T3 is the upgraded one of the T2. So the T2 was phased out. It had a bit of trouble with the detonator and all that, and they all fixed that with the T3. And also they had issues with the fins, and sometimes it just would run in circles. They fixed all that with the T3. The T3 is just the same thing as the T2, just standard electric torpedo. Pretty decent range, 30 knots speed. The T4 I would have to look up. I honestly don't know. There we go. So T3 has a range of 7.5 kilometers, and the T1 has a range of 5 kilometers on the fastest speed setting, 7.5 kilometers on the medium speed setting, and 12 kilometers on the 30 knots setting. So that's pretty damn good. Actually, do we have a T2 for yeah, we do have a T2. Look at that. Range is 5 kilometers, and the T3 range is 7.5 kilometers. Okay, so from the T2 to the T3, from the T2 to the T3, they increased the range by about 50%. That's pretty cool. And then you also have these special settings like FAT, Flächenabsuch torpedoes, that does a search pattern on the end of its run. Actually, I found out. I've been drawing this on the map every time someone asked. But I only recently found out that you can actually look it up in the Uboatpedia. Here we go. Look at that. That's better than I could ever draw that on the map. So the FAT basically follows this little search pattern. So you want to fire it at a perpendicular angle towards the convoy so that it actually has the highest chances of running into another ship. If you fire it at an off angle, the search pattern is also going to be at an off angle. And then they later updated that with the LUT, where you can add a secondary course change, so it runs its initial run length, then goes on a different course to do its first search pattern run, and then it does its search pattern on there. So that's the only difference between FAT and LUT. They both do the same thing. They go these little search pattern runs until they run out of range, and then they just sink to the seabed without detonating. So they turn into UXO, unexploded ordnance, and the post-war people can worry about that. That's the difference. And then the last thing that we have is the T5, and that is a homing torpedo. That thing has a passively searching sonar head, so it's got a little hydrophone put in the warhead or in front of the warhead, and that thing seeks out a loud propeller noise that it homes in on. Very, very simple. It just goes port until it can't hear the signal anymore, and it goes to starboard until it can't hear the signal anymore, and then it just weaves itself into the target and detonates, hopefully underneath the propeller, destroying the stern section of a ship and the propeller. And then that's super good against destroyers, because without a propeller, obviously they can't keep hunting you. Historically, that thing is absolutely amazing, because, after the war, like during the Cold War, the main technology was wire-guided torpedoes. And the Germans, for some reason, in 1944 had a sonar torpedo already. German excellence, I guess. So absolutely brilliant, that thing. It's not the first homing torpedo either. They also had the Falke, or the Falcon, which is not depicted in the game, but they did have it, and that had a bit of problems. So they did the Falcon 2. Still had problems, so they came up with a Zaunkönig, that is Wren, W-R-E-N, who is a bird. Falcon is a bird too. For some reason they named the homing torpedoes after birds. No idea why, they did. And the Zaunkönig was the first really reliable one that they did produce in large numbers, that they did send out to the fleet to use. And that was very, very successful. The Allies had countermeasures as well. Just drop a loud rattling thing into the sea and drag it behind your ship, and then the torpedo is going to go for that. Instead of that, I think it was called the... Was it called the Rattler? No. I can't think of the name now, but they did have a countermeasure. The crews did not like to use it because it limited the speed that the destroyer could go. They were afraid that the U-boats would shoot a Zaunkönig torpedo, a T5. And then while the destroyer is going in a straight line, dragging this countermeasure, they would shoot a normal torpedo at the destroyer. I don't know how often that happened, but that was the fear that the Allied destroyer crews had. So they did not like to drag the countermeasure behind their ship. In this game, however, the T5 is a bit buggy, or not buggy, it's just poorly implemented. So if I look at a target like this, like I'm in my U-boat down here, let me do that properly. U-boat, and I've got a target 84 miles away. It's not in scale. Let's just use this as our battle map, and let's say I'm pointed this way. Actually, let's use the proper tool for that. I'm pointed this way, and I've got the torpedo. Actually, wait, don't we do it in scale? Hang on. We can do things in scale. Why wouldn't we? So we've got our enemy right here. He's 2 miles away. We're going a course of 080. The enemy is going a course of a bit southerly. So I aim my torpedo at the target, and I put the speed value in. Like it's going angle on bow 90. Speed 7 knots, so the torpedo data computer goes like, aha, so I have to lead on to my target. Sorry. I have to lead my target, so my actually firing line is like this. And I set the range for 2 miles, and then they would shoot out the torpedo. This direction, the torpedo would run. And after, if you set the distance to 2 miles, after 1.8 miles, the torpedo would go, okay, I'm active. And then it would turn on its sonar head with an angle of like, I think 30 degrees to port and starboard. And in this cone, it would look for targets. It would find the destroyer somewhere here. They would scream, oh no, because suddenly there's an active homing torpedo, and then that torpedo would go in like nice little curved lines and home in on that destroyer's propeller. It could get thrown off course if there is another ship right here, maybe, which is going full speed, while the one that we are aiming at is only going half speed, and then the destroyer is like, oh, hang on, the T5 torpedo is like, oh, hang on, that's actually louder, that must be my target, I'm going for this. Very, very simple target finding mechanic, just go for the loudest noise. Still in its infancy, of course, very new piece of technology, but amazing for 1944 regardless. And then maybe that destroyer is actually out of its range, and the torpedo tries to go for the destroyer, and on the way there it just runs out of juice and sinks to the bottom of the ocean. That can happen. That's one of the major ways this torpedo would fail. Or that destroyer is towing this countermeasure thing, and the torpedo just goes for that. All of this is possible. That's how that would work historically. The way that it works in this game is you set the torpedo to look for this lovely destroyer. You lead the target. The torpedo leaves the tube, and 5 meters later, it notices that there's a freighter over here, and it yeets a 90 degrees course change and goes for that freighter. Makes no sense, but that's the way it is. There is a mod for that. We're definitely going to use that on the next playthrough. And then hopefully the T5s will be a bit more reliable. As of right now, they are just gambling. You shoot out the T5 and it's going to just go for anything. It's really just... And sometimes, if you go flank speed, sometimes it'll yeet around 90 degrees, go for a freighter, yeet another 90 degrees, go for a different freighter, and then suddenly notice you and go for you. Which, historically, I think the Falcon did that once, which is why they went for the Falcon 2, because the Falcon was a bit dangerous for their own crew. That Zaunkönig absolutely should not do that, but it does. So, yeah. This game is not finished yet. They better get back on that. And in the meantime, we have mods. Okay. Crew has returned from their vacation time. Actually, let's look at the map. The Siegfried Line campaign. Okay, so they should have already added some red on the map here. Siegfried Line is, what is it? It's isn't that the Rhine defense? So they should be, they're already very far inland. We're running out of time here. 6th of the September 1944. Okay. Let's see if we can get a mission.
Eilt Ihnen voraus, Herr Kommandant. Dies sind aktuelle Einsatzbefehle vom BDU. Streng geheim.
Passage through the Strait of Gibraltar. Well, no. No, we're not going to do that. Join the Kiel flotilla. Yeah, I mean, we might have to soon, but not just yet. And the game once again wants us to... Oh, yes! Haha, yes. Let's pay the Allies a visit right on their shoreline. So that is an absolute, like, desperation kind of thing that I'm very, very certain they could have done. But I think that is it for today. I am noticing with my throat being sick a little bit. My throat is getting a little bit sore, so I can't really explain many more things. I want to watch you guys for thanking. Yes, I want to thank you guys for watching, and I hope to see you guys soon. We're definitely going to continue this campaign tomorrow because, well, things are happening. Let me just explain that before we go. I got the refund on my faulty new PC. The manufacturer realized that yes, the customer is correct. There is an overheating problem with that thing. We're gonna refund the money. So I took that money and ordered a new one. I have ordered a lovely new tower PC, and that is capable of VR, of course. That's the whole point. You also have noticed that the stream is in a different aspect ratio. That's because I have a lovely new ultra-wide screen. Although the VR streams will probably be in the old aspect ratio because that's the way the window is oriented anyway. But the PC is on the way. The treadmill is set up. Internet works again. So we're very, very close to getting back to VR streaming. I'm very, very close to getting back into my weight loss journey, which is the whole point of this channel. So I hope that I don't scare you away with this information, that you think, oh man, Blade and Sorcery, hot dogs, horseshoes and hand grenades, Fallout 4, that's not really my jam. I'm just here to watch Uboat streams. Don't worry about that. They will not stop. They will just get a little bit less, let's just say. I will do them a little bit more rarely. Because the main focus, as it has always been, is me losing weight, me being on that treadmill, me exploring the wasteland and burning about 1,000 calories every time I do it. And we want to watch that weight plummet. Actually, where is it? Is it right here? Yeah, that number is no longer accurate. I have to update that. Because I did put on a lot of weight during the move. Like I did not have my kitchen available, so I had to rely on takeout food, and that just goes straight onto my figure, man. So yeah, I'm gonna update those numbers, and then very soon we're gonna get back into VR streaming, and I'm super excited about it, and I hope to see you guys when we do that. I hope you guys don't run away from me now. But yeah, Uboat will continue, and I really want to finish this campaign before the Type 9 DLC drops, that we can start a nice, good, fresh playthrough, and yeah, get through it with more mods, take all the time that we need for it, and yeah, that's what we want. What type of ship have you served? Oh yeah, man, I need to do an FAQ video, because I think I've explained this like 72,000 times, but I think it would be rude of me to say that just check out the stream that I did on this and that date, and then maybe the VOD is no longer available, and that would suck. So I did serve on, I'm just gonna make it short, I did serve on the 123 class frigates of the German Navy, the 124 class of the German Navy, and the 125 class of the German Navy, and on the Berlin class supply ships as well. Those were my main postings. And there were some other ones as well, but yeah. So 123 class is a submarine hunter. The 124 class is a major air defender, and the 125 class is trash. You know when Type Or launches. You mean Tab 9 probably. We don't know. That's the thing. Like they obviously they've been working on the Xbox launch, Xbox and PS5 launch, and so I'm guessing now that that's done, they're gonna double down and really work on the Type 9 DLC. They've already dropped the Steam update. Like these harbors, these screenshots of the harbors, they look amazing. Of the palm trees, and there's like new harbor defenses. We will have coastal artillery. We will have searchlights looking at over the ocean. It looks amazing, but unfortunately, they did not tell us a release date. Now the dev team is rather small. I think they are. I asked Grok about it. Unfortunately, Grok couldn't tell me. Grok did tell me that because I didn't find any information on it, even in the credits, it's not that simple to understand. It did say that they started out as 2 people, and now their dev studio is 3 to 5 people. So it is a very small dev team. They are really pouring their heart and soul into this game. And yeah, so you know, things take a while with them, but I'm confident that they can do a good launch on that, and I hope it's good. And what's more important is, well, no, it's not more important. Just more important for the stream, to be fair, is that when that drops, we're done with this campaign. Because I don't think, like when major updates drop in the past, it used to be that they were no longer save game compatible. Also, all the mods are gonna stop working for a while. So I want to get this playthrough done before the DLC drops. Because it's not just going to be the DLC, it's going to come with an update for anybody who does not buy the DLC as well. Like I think the harbor defenses and all that, that's going to be for everyone. So yeah, it's things on the horizon, man. Lots of things on the horizon, and I'm looking forward to it. And yeah, that's it for today now. I've yapped longer than I initially wanted to. I thank you guys for watching. The Twitch people know I'm going to send you somewhere nice, and the YouTube folks, I just want to say thank you, and see you around. See you next time. Like and subscribe. You know this. You know all this stuff. And yeah, until next time. Bye bye. Actually, you can see me now again, right? Bye bye.